All right, everybody, if you would go ahead and take your seats, please. We're going to go ahead and get started. We might have a little bit longer of a night this evening. So with that, I'll go ahead and call the December 10th Board of Supervisors meeting in Caroline County to order, and we'll start with our invocation. Where'd he go? Pastor Hirsch, where'd you go? Oh, there you go. You'd all rise, please.
Let us pray. Our gracious God and Father, we thank you for the liberties that you have given us that are enshrined in our Constitution. We thank you for the Republic and for the representative form of government. We bless, Lord, these, our elected representatives. We pray that you grant them wisdom to govern justly. And we pray this in Jesus' name, that you would bless our county, our Commonwealth, and our nation. Amen.
Amen. Remain standing for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move into opening board comments, and then we'll start with Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always find it particularly delightful when we have a lot of children who come and lead us in the pledge, just because there's so much hope there. But I want to say to all of you folks, thank you for being here, because I got a particular chill when I had my back to you and heard that wonderful sound of so many people united for a common cause. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. My opening comments are as follows. We had discussed, Mr. Cully, putting notices in the tax bills for certain things like the veterans tax relief and senior citizens tax relief. And unfortunately, there was nothing like that in my bill and nobody else's bill who I talked to. So we have to somehow work with the Treasurer and the Commissioner of Revenue, especially since we don't have a newspaper, to put whatever notices we can there. But I would appreciate that. And again, I'm going to say that I just love local government. I get to see you folks at Food Line and the post office. And it's really great to have such a great interaction with citizens. I got quite a few emails after I said I wasn't getting any. So I'm going to thank Facebook for that, which actually turned out to be an accident, but I tried to respond to most of them. I hope you all understood that I couldn't have an elaborate response for each and every. In particular, the ones that I could identify as the Mattaponi district, I tried to respond to as quickly as possible. I did get a few that were questionable, though. So I don't necessarily know if there were people out there just trying to influence us that weren't necessarily citizens of the county, but they spelled Caroline wrong and they didn't necessarily use the best grammar, not that I'm an English teacher. But in the future, if you would please, if you'd like to send me an email, I'd be happy to correspond and talk to you. Just include your voting district so I can make sure I've talked to the right people. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Black.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I just want to go over, first of all, I hope everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. I do want to thank everyone for the emails, Facebook messages, phone calls I got regarding this. So it definitely shows that the public is engaged in a very big grassroots movement. So you definitely have been energized, let's put it that way. The last thing I have is we had at the Lewis and Clark on last Thursday an information meeting regarding VDOT's proposed changes on the curve in Charlesburg. And Mr. Cully, if we could push out information to the board. This was a smart scale project in 2016. I think it was 2016, 2017 we put this in. VDOT agreed to fund it at 100%. Because they argued that the curve was one of the 7 most dangerous curves in the state at that time for safety. They made a change to the project so they would slightly, basically make the curve a little bit easier, and then they changed the project again. And Mr. Cully, if you could push out to the board, I have a concern. They're making a T intersection out of it, but some of the residents at that meeting were concerned about some of the trucks. I mean, we had the accident where the logging truck went around the curve too fast and dropped its logs on the lady with a fatality. And some of the citizens out there are still concerned. It's only a stop in one direction. And they're concerned without a median there, even with a median there, that those trucks will still come around that corner pretty fast, and that the $2.1 million that VDOT is going to spend is not necessarily solving the problem. So if we could just push that out to the board members, at the very least, if they do this project, I know it's 100% of their money and no county money involved. If they're going to make this change, we need to make sure that they're making it safer, not worse. Okay. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Black. Ms. Long?
Good evening. Since we've got so many people here, I'm going to use this time, which we usually do at the end, just to go through a couple of events coming up. First of all, I want to thank the Mattaponi Hunt Club and Upper Caroline for hosting the Warriors Hunt and Supper at the end of November. And to remind everyone that on Saturday, the 14th, Bowling Green has their Christmas parade. And I want to thank everyone that helped this past Friday in Port Royal with the tree lighting and Santa visit. I think they had about 150 people show up, parents and children, and it was a fun time for all. Then I certainly will take this time to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas, safe travels if you're visiting family, and just remember we're all family here in Caroline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, again, welcome everyone. I'm truly glad you have read many of the emails, some from different parts of the county, and always enjoy a vigorous discussion about how we live our life in the rural area, because it's definitely different than other parts of the state. So it's important that we do hear your voice. I am glad you're here. Second, Mr. Chairman, the Admissions Tax Committee met with the Metal Event Park, as well as Fran Whitaker, who was representing the Caroline County Agricultural Fair. And after some discussion, we agreed that at this point there was no need to look into an admissions tax for events in the county. Just felt it was not the appropriate time. So we tabled it, said we would put it off and come back if we so desired, maybe next year. But right now there were too many things going on, and we decided that we didn't want to discuss it any further. So we tabled it, and that's the end of it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Mr. Seeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank everybody for coming this evening. I know most of you that are here are early for the 7:30 public comment, but it is great for you to come and actually see the beginning of a board meeting and sit through public comment and learn a little bit about what the Board of Supervisors actually hears and what actually goes on at a meeting. I have received several dozen to maybe over 100 emails. I have not responded to many of them. I just weren't enough hours in the day. I have talked to several people. My wife and I have been out to eat, and almost everybody that came through the door had a question. Hopefully you've seen somebody that I've talked to, or I've talked to you, and you've heard, what this evening is about, and I'm glad to see so many folks here. But while we have you here, for those that don't know, there is a second year we've done a Christmas tree in Bowling Green. This year it's in front of Pitts and Mans. It's a town tree donated by the Christmas tree grower right outside of town, right next to the veterinary clinic. We had a great number of participants for the lighting. It is a new tradition, and I'm glad to see so many people enjoying it. I've seen many, many pictures on Facebook of people with the tree in the background. I also want to remind everybody that this Saturday evening is the Bowling Green Parade, which is at night again. Hope to see a lot of folks there and maybe some participation. And last but not least, Friday night is the Senior Citizens Gala. It has come back through Caroline's Promise. Hopefully a number of people, organizations, and churches have seen the invites. It's something that a number of people wanted to see us bring back. The board has funded Caroline's Promise, and that there's a whole raft of organizations that are actually involved in pulling it together. So hopefully we'll have folks from your churches and community organizations at that event Friday night. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that ends my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. I'll take just a few minutes to, thank my colleagues on the board. It's been my year as chairman is wrapping up, and we saved the best for last, of course. But again, thank you, and I appreciate your support and your help throughout the year, making it a good year. Mr. Thomas, I too was moved by the volume and the depth and the breadth of the pledge. It was something I'd not heard before to that degree, and it was heartwarming. I do want everyone to look around this capacity. This room seats 419 people, and we are very much nearing capacity, and we do have overflow. And my instructions online for those that follow me and that saw the message were to have people show up ready for 7:30. So we may get another wave of people that come in later in the evening. Our intent is to give as many people the opportunity to speak as possible. With that said, we do have some items on the agenda, and we don't plan on cutting anybody short. However, we do have to finish the meeting today sometime. So just bear with us with that. Other than that, we'll move on with our normal agenda, and we'll go right into any amendments to the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, we have item 3F under consent. That was a... Go ahead. The 2-on-2 meeting Friday, this matter was pushed forward from that, so it's a school matter. Item 3F, consent. Roof repairs.
Sent that out.
That was sent in an email. It was sent after the agenda. So.
Right.
Any other amendments to the agenda this evening?
I would like to actually, to allow some further investigation, pull item 5 for this evening for the simulators, just to touch base with Fort AP Hill and find out what the story there really is and talk to the base commander.
Clearing off some things on the agenda is not necessarily a bad thing.
Mr. Chairman, I am not in favor of that. I think Chief Loftus has, we put it off last month. It's on the agenda this month. We've had ample time to talk to AP Hill. I would just as soon keep it on the agenda tonight, and if people don't want to vote for it, then they have a right not to.
That's on the consent agenda, correct?
No, it's item number 5. It's item number 5.
Unfinished, I'm sorry. I see the supplemental to detention.
Mr. Black, I would second that, if that was the motion.
So moved.
Actually, we have a
It's
motion
just regular
to...
agenda. We don't have to...
We have a motion to remove it from the agenda. Did we get a second for that? Mr. Seal made a motion to remove it from the agenda. I'll second it just to call for a vote. Any other discussion? All those in favor of removing item number 5, postponing it to the next meeting, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. It appears that the nays have it, so it'll remain on the agenda for this evening. Also, I need a motion to accept 3F, added to the consent agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chairman. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of adding 3F, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have added 3F, and that is it. Want to make a motion to accept our agenda as printed with the modification of 3F. Anybody?
So moved again?
Okay, and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And we have our agenda for this evening. Motion carries. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and discuss the recommendation for employee medical insurance year 2020 and 2021 renewal. Mr. Parton.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll keep this very brief. It is time to renew the employee medical and dental plans, and we've been very fortunate this year. Our claims experience has been very good, and that and the balance of the county's self-insurance funding is strong. And with that, we would feel comfortable in recommending that we continue with the exact same products at the exact same funding levels. We don't think an increase is necessary, and that would be our recommendation. We've scheduled action on the item for later on under new business. Mary Jones, our consultant, may be here. I'm not sure. She made her way through the crowd, but scheduled it early to be able to answer any questions the board may have. But we're recommending the exact same products and prices and contributions as last year.
Anyone on the board have any questions or discussion? Any need to wait on her to answer questions?
There's no need to wait on her. I just need Mr. Parton to reassure me that he said the cost didn't go up for this year.
That's correct.
Okay, you need to say that whole sentence so I can feel that.
Anthem recommended a slight increase, but that was without 2 additional months of claims experience, which were very favorable, and that combined with our balance and self-insurance fund, we're very comfortable with no increase.
Okay. We need to, thank you, Mr. Parton.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we need to have further discussions, I'm sure, during the budget to see how we can help the school system reduce their insurance so that the money, the extra money we are going to provide them will go to raises and not to insurance costs. So maybe we can schedule, I know it's your last day, but maybe we can schedule a joint work session as soon as possible.
Well, we discussed our setting that date in our 2-on-2, and we're basically floating, waiting for the audit to be finished so we can have all the numbers before we do that. So when those numbers come up, I expect that we would schedule something fairly quickly in July. I'm sorry, in January. So, but I concur with that statement.
Mr. Chairman, yes, absolutely. We need to figure that out.
Do we want to entertain a motion to go ahead and accept that? So it's on the agenda for later in the evening.
If we don't need any more information, I'd really be happy, especially since the cost didn't go up, to make a motion that we accept it and move forward.
Something that I was going to think about moving forward anyway.
Okay.
Entertain a motion.
That was what I just said, but I can repeat it again.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I was distracted.
If we have no further need to talk to our consultant, and if we're assured that costs are not going to go up, I would move that we accept that and move forward with the cost for next year.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to vote on agenda item 8, which would be to accept, as presented by Mr. Parton, our 2020-21 renewal for medical and dental. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone there. All right, with that, we'll move into our fiscal year 2018-2019 year-end budget report. Mr. Finney.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, county staff, and citizens of Caroline County. Board members, tonight I would like to briefly summarize the budget status for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019. Through the end of June 30th, 2019, 97.8% of budgeted revenues for major funds have been collected or billed, while 96.4% of budgeted expenditures have been expended for those major funds. The general fund's revenues collected total $56,702,988, which is 1.3% over the budget, an increase of $7,754,902, or 15.8% more than fiscal year 2018. Please note that $4,360,312 are cost reimbursements from the Caroline Detention Facility. So basically, these are one-time revenues and expenditures that we won't realize in the next fiscal year. Just want to make sure you have note of that. Property tax collections are 1.4% more than 2018. State tax revenues, sale tax revenues for the year were 2.7% less than fiscal year 2018, representing a decrease of $61,253. Local communication tax were 5.9% lower than the previous year, marking the second straight year we've noticed a decline in that revenue source. Business license collections increased 5.4% over last fiscal year. Revenues collected for permits, fees, and licenses were 17.2% over the budget and are up 12.5% over last fiscal year. Overall, general fund expenditures were $55,991,832 and was under the budget by 0.3%. As a result, the anticipated general fund balance will increase by $711,155 for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019. The school system generated total revenues of $45,993,243. Schools collected 96.5% of the budgeted revenues for the fiscal year. Schools' expenditures were 95.8% of the budget at $45,648,835. Schools' operating fund balance increased by $522,602 as of June 30th, 2019. Social services revenues collected were 96.8% of budget, which represents a 4.8% increase over last fiscal year. Social services expenditures were 95.8% of the budget, a 3.8% increase over last fiscal year. The CSA revenues were 59.1% of the budget, while expenditures were 62.2%. The majority of the revenue lines received less funding in this fiscal year than it did in last year, with the state revenues decreasing by 19.8%. The debt retirement revenues were 4.6% above the budget at June 30th, while several revenue lines exceeded those budget items. Meal tax revenues were 5.4% above the budget at $1,279,634. Compared to last year, the revenues increased 2.3%. Debt retirement expenditures were $9,456,379. Comparing to fiscal year 2019 would be skewed because of the results of the $20 million 2013 bond refinancing. Operating revenues for utility funds were 8% higher than the budget. Utilities' total collected revenues of $6,029,206 were 83.9% of the total budget. Operating expenditures for the utility fund was 85.1% of the budget. Debt service for the utility funds was 59.4% of the budget. The operating revenues exceeded expenditures by $539,799 for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019. The utility availability fees collection were 3.8% above budget. The Don wastewater total revenues exceeded the budget by 1.7%, while operating expenditures were 89.2% of the budget. Tourism reflects 55.3% of revenues collected and 45% of expenditures. The transit occupancy tax continued to be slightly higher. Caroline County experienced a favorable fiscal year in terms of revenue collections and budget utilization, with positive fund balances in both the county and the school system. And that concludes my presentation.
Any more members have any questions for Mr. Finney? Mr. Underwood?
Mr. Finney, the communications tax that you mentioned, you said that that decreased over the last.
Yes.
What all goes into the communications tax?
It's a one-line item that basically has just the communication tax as part of the revenue line.
And the revenue comes from?
Revenue comes from,
Okay.
Cell phones, landline phones, tax on cable, it's a pile of things.
Right.
It all goes to Richmond, then they send it back after they keep some. It used to come locally. Years ago, we collected all those things locally, but then they changed the law and they collect all the money, and it's been declining on everybody since.
Right, and that's what I wanted to get to. We have a situation where people are asking for more cable service. So this seems to me it would be contrary to what people are asking for more cable, but yet the revenue from that service is going down.
Probably not from cable. It's probably gone down from lack of landline telephones. There are a lot less landline numbers now than there used to be.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Thank you, Mr. Finney.
Mr. Thomas?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Finney, a couple of things. You said that on the first page that we have, the general fund balance, we had a positive change of $711,000, $711,155.
yes, sir.
Do you have at your disposal the amount of money we were planning to use from the unencumbered balance?
No, sir, not at this time.
Mr. Gully?
I believe it was-
2.3 million.
So we, instead of using the 2.3 million, I guess we use 1.6. 7 minus 2 or 3.
No. Instead of using 2.3, we came ahead 700,000.
So we never used any of that 2.3 at all.
That's always a balancing number.
I just wanted you to say that. Thank you. Mr. Finney, can you tell me why the school's revenue was 96.5%? I know the county gave them 100% of the money they asked, and I think the state gave them 100% of the money they asked. Oh, Ms. Stevens, you're shaking your head. The county didn't give you 100%? The state didn't.
Remember, the state bases things off of ADM, which is in March, which is a year after we prepare the budget. So if they have a decline in student enrollment for that ADM, then they may not make their state numbers. So they underexpend their budget if they see those trend lines, and so they underexpended their budget knowing their revenues would be somewhat short.
Okay, so fuzzy math real quick. If their budget is 40 million and change, and they didn't get 3%, it's 120,000 you didn't get from the state? Is that ballparkish?
Can you bring her to the podium so we'll have it on there?
Well, 3%, 3 times 4 is 12, but it's 3-point change. I'm just trying to be in the ballpark to figure out what it is. Because I'd like, when we all go down to Richmond, we're going to make sure we get the rest of that money back.
Good evening. We lost over $300,000, right at $300,000 for loss at ADM, but we did receive additional income for a new program of the Special Education Regional Program.
So we lost, let me make sure, we lost $300,000 because of our ADM, which was down how many students?
We budgeted at 4,140. We came in at 4,063.
140,063, what's that, 80, 77?
77.
Trying to make it quick on me, see? Okay, 77. So 77 meant $300,000 we didn't get, but we got additional money for a special ed program that could only be used for that special ed program.
Correct, sir, and it was new for us in FY19 that we were not aware of prior to budgeting.
Okay. And our number for this year's budget is 4067?
Where I budgeted at 4,076 ADM
476.
for
Okay,
FY20. And we are targeting 4,077 on my ADM report that I give to the board monthly.
Okay, which would be exactly the number we're looking for. I want to, at least credit you for doing a great job with budgeting. $500,000 is a lot of money to return, but you, fuzzy math, spent 98.8% of your budget. That's pretty good in anybody's budget, and normal standards is within 4%. So, great job. You're kind of close. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
I do have, Ms. Stevens, yes. Just, we're going to make our ADM as long as, people like me don't take our kids out for 2 weeks during school so that they're missing ADM days in seats?
ADM is your average daily membership, so if the child is enrolled August when they start school, all the way through March 31st, then we will get one ADM. If they transfer in and out of the school, it impacts our ADM.
And mass sickness, vacations, other absences reduce that number
Those
accordingly?
impact our chronic absenteeism, which impact our accreditation.
So-
And your
so
ADM.
So ADA versus ADM is what we need.
It affects our accreditation. Okay.
Right.
Just to make sure I'm on the-
ADM versus ADA, the membership.
Yes, sir.
Constantly. That's what we have to understand about school finances, is that there's a difference between average daily membership, which does not go, but the ADA is ADM versus ADA. That's the issue. Average daily attendance is,
One is linked with funding, the other is
that's
linked with
correct.
accreditation.
Right, so we have to make sure we understand that.
And
because
class
the
size.
attendance piece is what hurts them.
Absolutely.
Right.
This, Mr. Beforehand.
Mr. Black?
Correct me if I'm mistaken here on this. So you have an ADM this year, you were over the ADM. The ADM actually went down, so you lost money from the state. Because when you give in ADM to the state and you say, hey, look, we've got 4,100 students, but we only have 4,000, then you're losing money from the state on the 100. Is that correct?
We're losing money on this state from the budgeted ADM. They don't actually give it to us, but it is based on the projection for the budget.
But it's your projection, right?
Multi-year projection.
It's a
Multi-year
projection.
projection.
So let me just ask you a question. Why don't go with the strategy of underestimate the ADM so that way you actually get more money rather than overestimate? So if I'm overestimating and say I'm going to get this money from the state and I'm expecting that revenue, but the revenue's not going to be there because we're going to have less students and the trend is going down, why not underestimate? And then you could actually have, if your ADM goes up, you would get more money from the state.
Certainly, your goal is to estimate on target, which is hopefully what we're doing this year, at a 4.076 when we're running 4.077 currently.
That's best practice.
Yes.
But the trend has been
But our
going.
trend
The
is-
trend has been going down.
It has, and we declined. So we were at 4.140 last year, and we decreased it in the budget process to 4.076.
Yeah.
We've been consistently modifying based on trends that Ms. Stevens and I have been able to identify since our current positions.
You got to remember, some of this goes back.
Right,
We're
right,
dealing with
I
a budget
understand
that we
that.
prepared back when some of the,
To me, I'd rather underestimate revenue and then come in. That's what kind of like Mr. Cully, you've been an expert at. That's just what just concerns me is if we underestimate revenue, then we get more of a windfall. It makes you look good. If you overestimate revenue and then we're short by, then sometimes you have to come to us or so forth for that additional revenue. That's the only thing that concerns me. But thank you. We can talk more about it in 2-on-2. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Finney. All right, with that, we'll move on to appointments. We have the Planning Commission for the Bowling Green District. Mr. Seeley.
Mr. Chairman, I am not ready at this time and hope to do that in January.
We'll table that to January. And Rappahannock Area Community Services Board of Directors. Mr. Kelly, you want to take that?
Mr. Cully had somebody from the schools.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Long?
Yeah. I would recommend that we appoint Susan Gale as the replacement to the Rappahannock Area Community Center. She was a
Okay.
recommendation by the executive director.
Okay, we have a recommendation for, where's the first name again?
Susan.
Miss Susan
Susan
Gale.
Gale.
Do we have a second?
I'll second. She's with the schools, so we need to make sure she's got time to do it.
My assumption
She's
is
got time to do
she's
it.
already been reached out to. Okay. It's probably not here, Mr. Thomas.
I was trying to kind of signaling the superintendent to see if it was okay that Mrs. Gale would be appointed to the Rappahannock Community Services Board.
Okay.
I made the second then.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of appointing Ms. Gale, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have an appointment there. All right, we'll move along to our consent agenda, item number 3. Any board member want to pull any of those items to discuss?
C, I need to know why we're buying another boat anchor.
Okay.
we're not. That's just paying for the one we already got in.
Is there, like, in my lifetime, can we please get rid of this idea?
I'm trying.
Got to find a system that's going to be feasible for everybody we have. Right
just
now,
took-
that doesn't exist.
I only have a couple of clicks left, so can we please get rid of that old machine?
Are we pulling it, or are we going to talk about it?
We just talked about it, I'm good.
We good? All right, any other items wanted to be pulled for discussion?
Mr. Chairman, the only item I'd like to discuss is just making sure that we're going to give the schools back the $45,000 for roof repair, that it comes out of the money we're going to give back to them.
Right, they had leftover money in their capital program, as you saw in the report, so that would be our recommendation, that it come as a, like a reversion to, back to their
Reversion fund.
capital, back to, appropriated to capital.
That was my only question.
But that's different.
That
You're
is
saying
different.
that's reversion from their capital improvement fund, which is different than what they just reported on from their operating budget.
Yes, but that, it's on.
Here is the confusion. At one of our board meetings in July or August, we actually said that we would allocate $45,000, and we had a long discussion about roof repairs. But
Yeah.
we never made a motion to approve that. So they've started roof repairs based on issues that they've had, because we as a board never voted on.
I have no problem with that.
So the question is, are we going to give them the $45,000 that we initially said we would do out of our unencumbered balance, or do you want to change that and go to reversion funds from their end-of-the-year fund balance? Because the way we have this worded right now, I believe, is that we would do this from our unencumbered balance,
Yeah,
not their...
my question is much more fundamental than that. My question is, they have funds left over in their capital improvement budget.
$132,830.
Okay. That money stays in their capital improvement budget and reverts year after year after year based on our board policy, correct?
Yes, once you reappropriate it back as reversion funds.
Okay.
Right, because they can't have a fund balance.
Right. So,
Right.
so they give that money back to us at midnight on June 30th, at 1 o'clock or 12:01 on July 1st, we give it back to them. But that money is different than the $522,000 we just reported on tonight.
Correct.
And we do not have, my point is, remember all of the confusion we've had with these two different funds. My point is, we do not have a reversion fund account. And if we were accountants, we'd have account code for that and all that.
We
What
will
do
if we do it again. Once we cleared that up last year, we would make sure, and I'm confident that Marcia's, we're going to make sure that if we vote money, we're
I
going
didn't
to
know
put
this
it.
you guys coming up. Okay. So the reality on our side is, we're not even talking about that $520,000. They have $140,000.
No, it's less than that. I did the math with, they spent 132 of 205,
So just to be clear,
but they have enough for the 45, but
See, I just want to make sure we figure out where all this money's coming from, and then we get to the point of, oh, what happened to it?
you can appropriate it either from our general fund balance, 45,000,
Right. Or
or you can say part of what they saved, you're giving back to them. That's your
or what they
choice.
already have in their capital improvement program. We could say, you didn't do that last year, use that money for this thing you're already doing.
But they may have something they plan to do with that.
Those are actually earmarked, Mr. Thomas. And I will share that if you recall back to our initial submission for FY20 CIP, the $45,000 roofing repair did not meet the $50,000 threshold, and therefore it was identified as capital outlay. And so we were looking for the sole appropriation, and of course you will determine where that funding does come from. But that gives you some historical recollection.
Be assured that we're going to give you that money.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, fix the roof, because if we don't, it's not a good idea. My issue was how to make sure we figure out where this money comes from, so that in the end, we're not spending an hour or two like we did in the conference room last year, figuring out how much money was really there.
Well, Mr. Thomas, this goes back to the gym floor that we replaced, the $90,000 with
That
the
we
middle
put
school
it-
gym.
that we said
and the
we would
cover.
do.
Right, that we said
Right.
we would do, and this was in the same topic, but the only thing that made it into the motion
Was the
for
gym
some
floor.
reason was the gym floor, not the
Correct.
roof.
Correct.
Which I was surprised, because I thought it all got lumped together when we did it. I had Mr. Cully, after one of our 2-on-2s, go do the research, and we never made a motion for the 45. So I understand your point. They
I think I
have,
made that motion, didn't
I think you did.
It was a floor.
Well, I knew we wanted to do the floor.
But
I
we
knew
did the floor
Okay. So we're good.
from the capital, from our unencumbered balance.
We will have a reversion fund account, right, Mr. Cully?
Yes. If and when we decide reversion funds, which we're not doing tonight, and they come
Right.
back with a list of things they want to do, we're going to make sure that on our side, we have a reversion fund count, that everybody's hitting one account. And it won't get buried in school operations like the last time before these folks were here, and then we couldn't, had to back our way in to try to figure out what was operation money and what was reversion.
And that account is already in existence.
Not on our side.
Well, it might be on our side, it's not.
It is.
That's a Curtis question.
Dr. Calvary, basically, we agreed to give you 45,000, and we didn't give it to you at this point, correct?
That would be correct, sir.
That's correct, so we need to make a
Motion to do it.
You can have a seat. We got it. We're
We got
going to
it.
give it
Thank
to you
you.
right now. Now we got to figure out, let's give it back to give it back to the unencumbered balance. That's where it was supposed to come from originally. That's fine.
Well, and that's what we talked about, is that we would do it the same way we did the gym floor,
That's where it's supposed to come
and
from
that's where it
originally.
should come from.
And there was some discussion at that time whether we were going to
We said we were going to do
take it off that plate.
We said
but
we were
then-
going to do it with our money
Yeah.
because we wanted to contribute to them an extra step. So I'm going to make a motion. Is there anything else we need to add to this motion here?
Just
It's on consent,
Still
so
in
you don't have to
consent.
make a motion.
Okay. Well, ready to make a motion for consent. All right, I'll move that we accept the consent agenda as presented with no exceptions.
Second.
all right. We have a motion and a second for adopting the consent agenda as printed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We've adopted our consent agenda. Thank you. As amended, excuse me, as amended, with includes 3F, which is the roof item. All righty. Just so everyone's aware, we're not going to start public comment before 7:30. So if you have to use the restroom, well, we've got another 45 minutes before we even come close to starting public comment. So you're welcome to stay. We were going to continue on agenda items, and we're going to take a break in about 20 minutes to get some our signature lists worked out and get the other logistics taken care of, and then we'll be back for public comment right at 7:30. Just want to give everybody a preface on that. With that said, we'll go ahead and move into other agenda items that are in new business, or if we want to talk about item number 4. Yeah, that's a public hearing. They can't start before 7:30. Okay, want to talk about 5 now? Chief Loftus? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening. I believe this was taken off of last month's agenda. I apologize I could not be here. Before you tonight, you have the request to purchase 2 LP gas training simulators for the Department of Fire Rescue. You can see in your docket, I know you had some questions last board meeting. Let me just give you a little background. Caroline Fire Rescue does not have any live fire training props for its personnel. Every year we conduct a firefighter 1 and 2 class, and one of the requirements for that class is to do car fires, and physically, actually, those students have to get checked off on that and actually do that skill in front of the evaluator. Typically, we use a regular car, we burn it, but the problem is we have to pre-burn it because shocks explode. Car fires are dangerous by its very nature. We shouldn't get hurt in training, so we have to pre-burn those cars, and they're not ideal to do so. The second prop we're asking for is a horizontal LP gas tank. If you think of what's in your yard as far as a residential use of a propane tank, 1,000 or 500 gallon, that's what that is simulating. As more and more homes switch over to propane, we do not have a training curriculum in place for propane. And as you well know, down in Milford, we are one of the largest distributors, or will be, once that 14 railcar rack is completed. So again, I'm trying to ramp up our propane from the ground up, from propane tanks to bobtails to farm tanks, and to the offloading station there in Milford. So with that, I believe there were some questions last board meeting. Certainly answer any of those questions that the board may have.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Black?
this is coming from your reserve funds, correct?
Correct.
So it's no new money basically to the county. It's already in your reserve funds to do.
That's correct.
And as you mentioned earlier, we have one of the biggest propane facilities that are coming on the East Coast and that are going to be in Milford. So it would be good to actually have something like this.
It would be. We still need other training props, and just because they're propane fired, they simulate other things. So the car fire is critical for us as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Seeley?
One of the biggest complaints I get is that we don't do any training at Fort A.P. Hill, and they've got facilities. So the goal is to actually drive them from Caroline's perspective to get some of those facilities fixed so that we're not creating a training facility all over the county trying to do training in different places all the time with maybe not the right place to do the training. It is propane. It is, I mean, you're going to fire up something, it's going to be a fire, and I'd rather do that in a controlled facility at Fort A.P. Hill than just randomly in the county someplace, which is my primary concern. But my secondary is that A.P. Hill occupies 30% of the county, and we've had 5 reciprocity calls this year from them because I've talked to the sheriff about those. And they have a burning building, and if those facilities aren't something that we can use because they're not working, then we need to figure out why they're not working and get Fort A.P. Hill to cooperate and actually help us train our folks as well as their folks. But I would like to see us use Fort A.P. Hill. We've had incidences in the county, and there's been people on the scene that said Fort A.P. Hill could be called. They don't come. We have people there 35, 45, 50 minutes waiting for a rescue call to actually be answered. And we were right outside the APL gate at Villaboro for one of these, and I've gotten a number of phone calls and a number of people asking, why aren't we using Fort A.P. Hill to actually respond to that? So my response to item number 5 was to actually leverage this onto Fort A.P. Hill and figure out why they haven't gotten their facilities fixed and why we aren't trained in there. Because they are set up to do that. They have the facility, they have the cleared place, they have everything you need to train. And I understand that some of the volunteers would have to travel, but I haven't heard anybody say, I'm not going there. And I've asked a number of folks whether or not they would go there and train, and I never heard anybody say, no, I'm not traveling there to do burning car training. It would be, to me, the most ideal. It's contained, and it's right there, and it's gravel, and it's set up for training, and it's got a huge place to do it, which is my number one concern, again, is safety. When I look at, if you go down to Station 4, you don't have a lot of space down there to do training, so you're going to have to do it someplace else anyways. So that was my major concern with agenda item number 5 and why we weren't using A.P. Hill's facilities.
If I can respond. A couple things. Mr. Seeley, we do use the burn building whenever we can. So last year, we did all of our career staff burns at their facility. This year, the burn building is out of service. We did our air pack testing at their burn building as well. So when we can use their burn building, we try to do that. But it is something that comes, and I put in my memo, with some logistical things that we have to overcome. Even for the air pack training, they were doing active shooting on the range across the street, so we didn't have any access to the restrooms. We had to bring our own restroom on to the training center. The benefit of the LP, regardless of where you put it, is you can turn it on, you can turn it off. And so it is a very controlled fire. So from a standpoint that it could get out of control or it needs to be in a very wide open area, that's why we're looking at it. It can be controlled instantly on, instantly off. And that is one of the issues for training, is to be able to control that with new folks. We try to use APL as much as we can, whether it's training or anything else. The mutual aid issue, if they want to look at automatic aid, we would certainly look at that. But as you well know, when the base commander changes, some of their posture changes as well. So right now we have a good relationship with them and their base commanders as far as coming off if we request them. And that's how we've done business for the last several years. Is if we need them, they're the only alternative, we'll request them, just like we do Spotsylvania, Hanover, etc. If the board wants to entertain going to them and trying to get an automatic aid for them to come off when we have a call that's near their gate, we can certainly try to pursue that. But to this day, they haven't been receptive.
I don't think there's any board member here that would say we shouldn't pursue automatic aid from Fort A.P. Hill with the resources that we have. I mean, they're 30% of the county, and they've got 2 fire stations.
2 right now, potentially a 3rd.
And I think that it's something that we should actually meet with the base commander and talk about and have a standing policy and negotiate it with every commander that comes, because when they need help, they're calling us and they're calling everybody else, and when they need help, it's not 1 or 2 ambulances. It's a lot of help. And I think that it's no more than fair that they be fair to all the citizens of Caroline that listen to live fire, that don't complain, the low-flying planes and everything else, that I think that reciprocity is something that we should actually have. So I'd like to see us pursue that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Long?
Yes, as the board's representative on the executive steering committee with AP Hill, I'll be, certainly the board desires be glad to approach this and set up discussions and report back to the board and maybe see how they want to work it as far as working with the chief or with the board as a whole. But I think the fastest way to get this done would be to give me the okay to go ahead and meet with them and set up something as your representative to AP Hill.
Can we just do that in consent? I mean, can we just agree? We don't have to vote. We don't have to vote on that. We just need to agree.
I don't want to do it without everybody supporting it.
No, we're going to do this.
We're doing, this is a side note. This has been my
We have an agenda
But it
item
does-
and then
issue with
side.
all of
But
this.
if that's what's bothering you, I am glad to contact them and meet with them and set up something.
Mr. Chairman.
But I do want to vote on this.
Mr. Black?
Just got a question, and I agree with Mr. Seeley on that. The only question I have is if we make some sort of reciprocal agreement with them, does that, because they have a new commander every 2 years?
Correct.
Is that something that the new commander has to go by, or is it so a new commander can come in to AP Hill and say, I'm canceling that policy with Caroline County?
Yes, sir.
So it's not based on, it's not permanent, it's not tied to the base, it's tied to the commander?
Correct. Now, let me phrase this. The current mutual aid agreement we have with AP Hill has been in place since 2016. So this commander did not choose to revamp that. Other commanders have. So a new commander came in 2016, and he redid their policy. It was right here before the board. So you have some that are just going to let it ride, continue on the practice they've been doing, and you'll have some that potentially want to change it. So you do have a policy out there that's already the framework for that. That's the mutual aid agreement. That is the document we would use. That is the tool. So to have that discussion with the current commander, and maybe it binds the next one. I can't look down the crystal ball there.
Can we go ahead and make the motion?
Actually, Mr. Thomas has a question.
Chief, it's really, I've seen a few base commanders, and it's really up to you. I think that's the reason why the 2016 one is still in place. They have respect for you. If you meet with the new base commander next year, I think it is, right?
Yes.
So we'll have a
This
new one
June.
next year.
This June.
This June.
Yeah, next year. If you meet with him, most base commanders come in and they want to have a good relationship with the locality. That's why we probably didn't have things work in the past. As long as you take care of it, I think we'll continue. Okay?
Just a flash to the past. It wasn't that long ago we had a base commander that wanted to charge when units came off base, and we curtailed all mutual aid at that
Right.
point. And so it all depends. But certainly we'll talk to them, but they answer to a command too, so I don't know what their
We
stance
understand
is.
the food chain.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
I have one question. All right, actually, Mr. Black, do you have a question, or you're going to make a motion?
I was going to make the motion.
Okay. About how frequently do they come off campus?
Off base?
Yeah.
I think Mr. Seeley's probably correct. About, in the course of a year, probably 11 to 15 times, both fire and EMS.
Okay. So it's... Okay.
I mean, I've got some data if you want to put, if you
No,
want
I
to see
just
it.
didn't have a ballpark even. All right, Mr. Black.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we go ahead and purchase spend the $50,000 for the fire and rescue training simulators.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Look forward to seeing them. Mr. Chief Loftus, why don't you go ahead and stay around for number 7? Or 6. 7's going to be easier than 6. Yep. Okay. 7. Which one you want?
Let's do the air packs.
Yeah.
All right.
I just got one quick question.
Okay.
$17,000 enough for our?
Yes, sir. More than enough.
Okay.
Saves a lot of staff time.
I mean the
trade-in.
The base of the trade-in.
Yes, sir. Saves a
Okay.
huge amount of staff time. So
I just seemed a little low. That's all. But
they only got 1 year of life on the bottles, so that's the big cost right there.
I don't deal in that kind of stuff, so I just
We just got $2,700 for an old fire truck, so things in fire rescue don't.
Okay, understood.
You okay?
Any other comments, questions?
You okay?
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead.
Chief, that was a great presentation. I'll make a motion to move ahead. Second.
There's,
No, that was just seven.
Second.
I think Mr. Black second.
Just so the crowd's aware, this is we're going to purchase all new breathing apparatus for our fire department to the tune of about $904,000. Most of it is grant money from the federal government, so that's a beautiful thing this time. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
okay.
Motion carries.
We do have one, the last thing on that is, we do have essentially a surplus of $36,000 worth of grant funds remaining.
Yep.
Instead of 36 is over Mr. Culley's approval, with the board's blessing, can he assign for that 36 once we get a FEMA an addendum?
And it has to qualify within what it's for.
Yes, sir. It's in the memo there. We're asking for 5 additional air packs, 20 additional bottles, and a fit test machine.
I'm not sure that those fit test machines are sometimes moody. If you're going to do a lot, you may want to go get 2 of them. I've used one of those in the past. And
We currently have two in the county right now.
Perfect.
One's stationed in Bowling Green all the time.
Okay.
One travels the county. We'll station another one in
Never
Ladysmith
mind,
all the
just
time.
forget I said anything there. So-
It's a pain. Every year we got to do it. So.
Okay.
Mr.
Understood.
Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Black.
I just want to say one thing. I thank you so much. I don't know if the crowd is aware. I mean, this was a $980,000 grant, which saved the taxpayers 4 cents. This was coming up in our capital budget that we were going to have to, tax the citizens for. And Chief Loftus went out and got basically $1 million grant from the federal government to pay for these, so it doesn't come out of basically local taxpayer money. So great job, Chief. Thank you.
We've already clapped for him, but you all can.
Yeah, right.
All right, this everyone's aware that's the last time we clap today. Okay, so. I'm sorry? Chief Loftus, you want to save number 6? Come on up. That'll work. All right, we need to do a motion for the 36K. That was the accessory money.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for the remaining $36,000 for
Mr. Culley to approve once
Mr.
once
Culley to
FEMA
approve.
approves it.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, Chief Loftus, they want to skip 6 for now.
Okay,
They want to do it
understood.
about 2 in the morning today.
Understood. We good?
Yes, sir, I think that's all of your items. Yes, well, yes.
We can do 10. That's a.
Or 11 and 12 are easy also.
Well, 10 is the 10 is the parking one. And that was
All right, we're going to do 11 and 12 then. I'm just looking into my crystal ball for 10.
10 is parking.
No, 10 is not parking. 10 is the request.
Item number 11, request for expedited public hearing for SBX 09-2019, the Keys Academy.
Yeah.
Mr. Fincham, I think that's your spot he's standing in right now. Sorry, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you have before you a request for an expedited public hearing for Keys Academy. This is I'll probably get the terminology wrong, an alternative school program for certain students that require outside school assistance from what the public school system can provide. They are under a deadline by which to have their facilities completed in time for the next school year, and the request is to allow the expedited public hearing process to meet that time frame.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Fincham? Or the owner? Okay. I'll take a motion at this point.
Mr. Chairman, I move we permit the expedited special exception for 09 to 19 Keys Academy.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for the request for expedited public hearing for SPX 09-2019. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 12, special review of special exception conditions for SPX 03 2014.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is the required review for the special exception permit for aggregate industries. This is the facility located off of Route 600, I believe Mr. Seeley's district. We went out, inspected the site, found the site in compliance with the approved special exception, and we have received no complaints related to the operations of that facility.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we,
There's actually no action necessary unless you have issues with the...
so we don't need a motion on this to actually to give
No.
them a pass on their review?
No, sir. It's just a
Okay.
review, and unless you all have issues.
No issues.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's take a break.
Ken was parking for Belmont, but if you'd like to take a break since the sheriff needs to
Actually,
explain
we
to
can,
us.
you want to do 13 now? Anybody have any interest in 13 right now?
Who's 13? Oh, the first reading? Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's move to item 13. Who's got that, Mr. Kelly? Mr. Parton?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is simply an amendment to the county code to increase the flat fee charge for responses by the sheriff's office or the Department of Fire and Rescue to vehicle accidents that are caused by drunk driving, reckless driving, etc. The state code allows us to increase the flat fee from $250 to $350, and that is the purpose of the ordinance, along with one state code citation that the sheriff has asked to be included, which I believe relates to drunk driving with a commercial vehicle. There's also another method. You can actually do a detailed minute-by-minute account if you choose. That remains in place, but you can increase the flat fee to $350 if you so choose.
What would be the logistics behind the minute-by-minute account? Are you aware of what that would look like?
I imagine it would be pretty detailed and somewhat time-consuming, but I think the sheriff's office or fire and rescue could answer that better than me. I don't know whether we go with the flat fee. I'm assuming we do because the sheriff asked for the increase, but I don't know that for sure. They would have to answer that.
This is separate from any medical transport fees that we...
That's correct.
Okay. This is simply for fire apparatus and police involvement.
Related to those specific circumstances.
All right.
And this needs to go to public hearing?
Yes.
I make a motion, we move the proposed amendment for Chapter 15, Article 3, Section 5-20 of the Code of Caroline for reimbursement of expenses incurred in responding to DUI incidents and other traffic incidences. To public hearing.
All right. We have a motion and a second to move this forward to public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. That is moved forward to public hearing. Do we want to take up 14? Say again? Okay. Item number 14 is discussion of possible sale of the former Frog Level Volunteer Rescue Squad property now that it has been cleaned up and the tanks removed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, after a very lengthy process, we are now the proud owners of the property that housed the former Frog Level Rescue Squad, and the board needs to make a decision as to whether you want to keep the property or sell it as surplus. If you do, you will need you'll be required to hold a public hearing to allow public comment on the possibility of declaring it surplus and selling it. And so that is the primary issue tonight, is whether you want to consider selling it and move forward with advertising the public hearing.
Mr. Parton, do you recall the acreage along with that building? Just out of curiosity. Mr. Fincham, Mr. Kelly? Y'all recall off the top of your head?
Order or half?
2 or 3, maybe.
Two-ish? 2 to 3?
I'm guessing.
Okay.
So you know,
Between 2 and 3, I think, is what everybody's saying. Any discussion by the board? Anybody grandiose plans you might have for the building?
Mr. Chairman, I just, it's been sitting there for a while, and I think the sooner that, if we don't have a use for it, then I think it would be important that we put it on the market and, again, let it bring in additional revenue for the county that we don't have to tax our taxpayers.
Okay. Ms. Long?
I have no problem moving forward with public hearing as long as we're sure we don't have any other Habitat for Humanity or anyone that would utilize it. That would save us from getting space for a group otherwise. So as long as the staff checks all that out.
Well, public hearing would identify that as well. I mean,
It would?
Yeah, going to public hearing doesn't mean you declare it. You can't declare it surplus without the public hearing. So you're not declaring it surplus yet, you're just going to public hearing to learn what the public's opinion is. So if there's somebody who needs it that's a private, nonprofit, we'd have to figure that
Well,
out.
then in
But
that case, as long as we still have that negotiating power, I would have no problem with
Have we
that.
by any
Second.
chance contacted the owner of the property that surrounds it?
I don't think we've even entertained that discussion until we decide whether we're going to go public hearing so we can.
Well, they should at least be contacted so they could provide whatever input they have during public hearing.
I think there's going to be a sign up front that says public hearing about this property when it goes to public hearing. So.
Yeah.
I don't know about the code on that, it's not zoning, so I don't know that there's an
See,
adjacent.
and there are times when we put signs up and nobody reads them.
Right, well, we can see what we can do to make sure that they know there's a public hearing.
You need to just make sure they know, right? It's
Chairman?
purely informational. You're not trying to sell it to them. You just want them to know.
Mr. Underwood?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move this to public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move the discussion of possible sale of former Frog Level Volunteer Rescue Squad property to public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Y'all ready? Yeah. All right, everybody. We're gonna take a quick recess. I got 10 after right now. We will start as soon as we get to the 7:30 mark. Again, this room will stay open. The restrooms are out to the right. And we will see you in 20 minutes. We're on recess. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we're going to go ahead and start off with our, move into our public comment. Welcome to those in the gymnasium. I'm sorry we can't fit you in here, but we have a full house in our meeting room, which is about 420, and the estimation about 200 more in the gymnasium next door. The rules of public comment, some of you have seen these already. I will go over them now. I asked sincerely that you take these to heart when taking your time to speak at public comment. First off, we will ask that you identify yourself and your voting district if you are a Caroline County resident. Each person will be granted 3 minutes to discuss any topic of their choosing, as long as it's not a currently scheduled public hearing or regarding a matter that is currently under advisement by the board where a previous public hearing has already been made, which I don't, it's a very, very short list of items. Your comments should be addressed to the board. It is a one-way monologue from you to us. There won't be any back and forth. There won't be any questions answered if you do happen to ask questions of us. We do ask that you refrain from clapping, cheering, jeering on, booing any speakers. That slows things down. Please be respectful to everybody. Understand this is taped. When you're at the podium, we ask that you make your comments only at the podium. It will be on camera. Please speak loudly and clearly so those can be transferred to both the gymnasium and recorded for public access channels within the county. We do need to maintain order, so please be respectful. And we don't expect to have to ask anyone to leave this evening, but that is a possibility if things get out of hand. All right, I will answer questions if you have any. I'm sorry, say again? Everyone will be given 3 minutes. Unfortunately, at the 3-minute mark, I will ask you to wrap up your comments, and I think there's a clock out visible. There's a clock visible right up in here. I also have the same clock back here, so unfortunately, again, I don't want to cut anybody off, but in the interest of time and sanity, we're going to try to keep everybody 3 minutes. We have about 50 people that have signed up at this point. With that, Miss Faye Petrus, if you would come forward. Mr. Arthur Hooley, you're going to be next, please. And the sheriff's next. Sheriff Lippy, you're right after Chief Hooley.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Faye, and I'm here representing my mother, Margie Petros, and some of the other residents that's on Edwards Road, where all this development is happening. And I'm here to speak on the closing of Edwards Road and how it's been inconvenience for the people that lives on that road. We kind of like was, agreeing with stuff, the development that came in, but not altering our lifestyle to accommodate the development that's coming in there. A lot of stuff that was told to us that was not true by the developers that themselves that we spoke with during the process of development, for as mainly the road, then the sewage, and so a lot of stuff that was told to us that just wasn't true. And now we are reaping the repercussions of that. And I just want to say that, my mom and Mr. Cargill, they are disabled. And when the 911 didn't know the road obviously wasn't closed, because a couple of weeks ago they came through, road was dead. They didn't know that the road was closed off, so they had to turn around. That eliminates time when somebody is sick. You take away from getting to them to help them. And I think that is, so inconvenience for us. And then the traffic that's through there for us, the development, they, inconsiderate. They blocking off our driveways. During their development, I had 2 flat tires from them leaving stuff in the road, not clean the road up. That's taken out of my pocket. Nobody, compensate me for that. And then the bus come through. The bus couldn't turn around. They had blocked the roads off to get the kids for school. And it's just a lot of stuff that's going on there that is bothering, the elders that's in that area. I was born here. I love the road. Edward Road is quiet. We have no problems there. Then we have a lot of issues that's coming up doing this. Now we got the little gun shop that's coming up the street. More traffic, more stuff that's coming through there. And I feel that, it should be something that can be done. I know you probably already made your decisions on it, but something that could help, the people, the residents that lives out there. So I wanted to ask, also for as I heard that VDOT said that they wanted to close the road because of it was a dangerous intersection. 52 years living, I never seen a car accident on that road. So the developer, when questioned him, it was, no, we will not close the road off because it's more convenience to you all as it is for us to keep the road open.
All right, Ms.
He's
Petrus,
still
I'm
in-
going to
yes.
have to ask you to wrap up your comments, please.
Okay. And, but after that, the road, it was closed. So my concern is the safety of myself and well-being as the other residents that lives on that road. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hooley.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Arthur Hooley. I reside in the Bowling Green District. I'm here to speak on agenda item number 6 for tonight. Attached, you guys will all find supporting documents that were presented over the break. First off, I'd like to bring up that this will also go in regards to the previous email that I've sent the board. These photos depict jurisdictions around the state of Virginia that have volunteer fire stations within a county or a town. These volunteer organizations listed below have maintained their identity on the front doors of their fire apparatus. While this may seem like a small topic, it provides the volunteers with reassurance of their department pride, loyalty, dedication, and selfless service to those citizens. As a combination system partner with Caroline Fire and Rescue, and on behalf of the membership of Bowling Green Volunteer Fire Department, I ask the board members to reconsider the apparatus marking guide that was placed on August 23, 2018 in the CIP for Fire and Rescue. Attached in the packet that I provided to the board members, you'll find supporting documents on behalf of Louisa County, Albemarle County, Accomack County, Fairfax County, this county itself right here, Caroline County, Greene County, and also Orange County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Triplett. Mr. Keurig, Ken Keurig, you're on deck. On deck. Baseball term. You're on deck. Okay.
Next. Give me a minute.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Sheriff Tony Lippum in the Bowling Green District. And really, where do I start after hearing everything again tonight? I came to the board a couple of weeks ago telling you we have a crisis situation in our county with the manpower and the pay disparity. I've also sent out information as far back as May that talks about a multiplier for the Virginia retirement system in order to keep our deputies. You know, I've been here for 40 years. There's nobody up here at the board that's been here longer than me serving the citizens of Caroline, first as a state trooper, a sergeant, and first sergeant. And when I look at the number of people that retired from Caroline, there's only 7 in that 40 years. So we got to do something for our deputies. I don't know if it's me that maybe I'm unapproachable to you, but it appears that when we hear tonight, I hear tonight, that it seems like everyone's budget is presented except for the sheriff's office. I understand, I know you're not supposed to be a cheerleader for me, but I can't understand for our citizens of Caroline why we don't have better than that. And when I look at the sheriff's offices, we save $4.6 million in grants. And our deputies compared to King George are anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000 less. I haven't heard anything about a work session, yet you work with the school board, not taking anything away from the teachers. And I know you take care of fire and rescue. When you get up there and you look at last year's fire and rescue budget was $5.4 million, all county funded. The sheriff's office was $4.6 million. But you don't tell the people that $1.3 million come from the comp board. So really, we're only $3.3 million in the big scheme of things. I'm still 4 deputies short as the public got behind me to help us be the first county to get school resource officers in every school. That I commend you for. That's what we need. When I started this job, I swore to protect the people. I took an oath, which then leads to the agenda of everyone here behind me. For those that might have misunderstood the word of a sanctuary, I don't like the word sanctuary. What we are is we support our U.S. Constitution. I took that oath. I swore to affirm to the Constitution. I will do that. Every good citizen in here has the right to bear arms. I've been doing this for so long, and it breaks my heart to hear how much money you have, and yet the men and women that are here 24/7, and they don't get treated better than that. So with that being said, I know that the board, I think I saw a resolution that says that we are pro-Second Amendment. I sure am. And I know the sheriff can start a militia if need be. So God bless each and every one of them that
are out there. Mr. Keurig and Mr. Draper, you're on deck. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Board, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak. My connection with Caroline County, I'm sorry.
Let me interrupt. Can you-
Ken Kirk, and I'm with Northumberland County. I'm also representing here 10,000 members of the Virginia Hunters Coalition. Pardon me for that. My connection with Caroline County has been pretty extensive over the last 12 years. I've been involved with the Upper Caroline County Fire Department. I am an honorary member there, working with the Mattaponi Hunt Club, and we have touched the lives of hundreds of our wounded veterans. So that's why I'm here tonight. I want to talk about, I want to start with a little story that I want people to understand. 21-year Marine, I took the oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, and I've been around the world. Pretty much been on every continent except for Australia and Antarctica. I really wouldn't care to go to Antarctica. But, you know, I've seen a lot of governments that created refugees. And I've seen a lot of refugees from Syria, Somalia, and from around the world. Well, I think the current political administration here at the state level does not understand where refugees come from. These refugees come from a tyrannical government, an overreach, and a stripping of our rights, stripping of the human decency. That's why those people come to America. I have never seen, in my 53 years on this earth, nor have I never heard of, an American refugee. There's a reason. It is the Bill of Rights. It is the Bill of Rights that protects our government from stripping away our God-given rights. And it is backed by the teeth of the Second Amendment. As you look out here and you've seen the fine folks of this county in the overflow room, they care and they're passionate. We encourage you to put teeth into this resolution. Show the state government that Caroline County sticks up for its people, sticks up for the hunters, sticks up for the Constitution and the Second Amendment. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your time tonight. I know it is a long night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll remind you, please try to avoid clapping. Mr. Draper, Mr. Saby, you're on deck. Mr. Draper, I think I'm spelling your name right. All right, Mr. Saby, you handy. Come on down, sir. Mr. Ken Allen, you're on deck. If you want to make your way down towards you're welcome to do that as well. Good evening.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors, citizens of Caroline. My name is Sherman Saby, and I reside in Milford, Bowling Green District. Citizens, our Constitution is an ironclad, ironclad contract enforceable in a court of law. Section 13 of the Virginia Constitution and Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution both guarantee that people have the right to bear arms, and that right shall not be infringed. Any unconstitutional act of an official will at least be a violation of the oath of that official to execute the duties of their office, and therefore grounds of their removal from office. No official immunity or privileges of rank or position survive the commission of unlawful acts. If it violates the rights of the individuals, it also is likely to be a crime. And the militia duty obligates anyone aware of such a violation to investigate it. In Marbury versus Madison, it's stated that all laws which are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. In Miranda versus Arizona, it states where the rights are secured by the Constitution or involved, there can be no rule, making, or legislation which would abrogate them. I'm sorry. It is my opinion, as well as most citizens that are behind me, that as soon as our arms are taken from us, all of our other rights and liberties will also be subject to be taken from us. This gun grab move by Richmond is bigger than Virginia. It's bigger than the country. Every country in history that took people's arms has collapsed in economics and or to communism. A country that votes its way into communism ends up having to shoot its way out. In closing, while this is merely a scan of the magnitude of the subject, not just in the state, but for the nation, the Board of Supervisors' yes vote to Caroline becoming a second sanctuary is merely a statement of where the people that were not politically bought stand on arms rights. I'd like to thank you for your time and your service to the county.
Thank you. Mr. Ken Allen, Mr. Ken Ross, you're on deck. Good evening.
Good evening, Board. Ken Allen, formerly of Caroline County. I've been a 19-year volunteer for Ladysmith Fire Department. I continue that service. James Madison said, "I believe there are more instances of the abridgment of freedom of the people by gradual and silent encroachments of those in power than by violent and sudden usurpations." Our founding fathers were divided in their government type as pertains to a stronger or weaker central government. Many great Virginians were part of both groups. Gentlemen like Hamilton and Madison desired a strong central government. Gentlemen like Patrick Henry favored a weak central government and strong states. They believed the greatest threat to the future of the United States lay in the government's potential to become corrupt and seize more and more power until tyrannical rule completely dominated the citizens' lives. The most powerful objection raised by Henry was the lack of protection for individual rights, civil liberties in the Constitution. The wording of the Second Amendment of the Bill of Rights seems rather clear to most. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Henry was not concerned about the government being able to raise an army when he fought for individual rights. He was not concerned about the U.S. being invaded by a foreign aggressor. What he was concerned about was the overbearing government stealing rights and liberties from its citizens until one day the constitutional republic was nothing more than tyrannical government. Henry's desire has been reaffirmed by the Supreme Court in the Heller decision and further confirmed in the McDonald decision. The court also opined the Second Amendment extends to all instruments that constitute bearable arms, even those that were not in existence at the time of the founding. We see similar reading in the individual rights in the Constitution of Virginia, which is where the U.S. Bill of Rights started out anyway. Article 1, Section 1, that all men are by nature equally free and independent and have certain inherent rights of which they enter into the state of society. They cannot, by any compact, deprive or divest their posterity, namely the enjoyment of life and liberty, with the means of acquiring and possessing property and pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. Article 1, Section 13, which the gentleman alluded to, a well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people, trained to arms, is a proper, natural, and self-defense of a free state. Therefore, the right of the people to keep and bear arms should not be infringed. And if you're curious about who the militia is right here. The composition of the militia is described as all able-bodied residents of the Commonwealth who are citizens of the United States and the Commonwealth of Virginia between 16 and 55. Thomas Jefferson wrote, "A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government," noted against every government, "and what no just government should refuse or rest on interference." I urge the Board of Supervisors to issue a more bold message than you've written out to our General Assembly. We need to let them know we mean business. All of these people mean business.
Mr. Allen, I need you to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ross and Mr. Bob Swartz, you're on deck.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ken Ross, Mattapony District. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, first I'd like to thank you for correcting the typo in the original PDF.
Yeah, fee state is not so great.
The security of a fee state, I'm pretty sure nobody here wants any more of that. Last night I read an article about a statement Sheriff Jenkins and Culpeper made. Paraphrasing, I'll deputize thousands if it means protecting them from restrictions. Inspired by such conviction, I emailed Sheriff Lippa, who replied he is also like Sheriff Jenkins and raised an interesting point about his dislike of the phrase sanctuary county, as it brings about a connotation of being a haven for illegal immigrants. I agree, however, enjoy the irony of the phrase. It would seem the norm these days for localities to declare sanctuary to those violating U.S. code coming into this country in a manner other than a port of entry, while at the same time I find myself begging my locale to declare sanctuary for my family because legislators violating their sworn oath to defend the Constitution, hiding behind the banner of reasonable. The current staging of gun control bills waiting in Richmond is appalling, both to the founders' intent to ensure liberty and the Republic will endure, and to me personally. Whether it's thinking that people are ignorant enough to believe that criminals will finally obey this new law, or that somehow all the lawful gun owners in Virginia will finally succumb to the siren's call of what lies in their safe, so they must be protected from themselves. Hogwash. It's control over the people to make them more dependent on government and provide the state a monopoly on force if they don't heal. To say these bills won't pass is folly. Each and every one of them can be modified as a compromise to bring in votes for passage, yet true compromise is two-way. Gun owners have never gained anything from gun control, only lose more and more each time. Therefore, I cannot in any good conscience consider any further infringement on my right, regardless of how reasonable Richmond believes they are being. I find myself at odds with the resolution as it states, no intention, no stance, or position on the county's part as to whether or not they will, whether they will or will not abide by any infringement on the Second Amendment, will or will not assist Richmond in arresting and prosecuting Caroline County residents for violating an unconstitutional law, or, God forbid, in assisting with disarming the people. As I've mentioned already, those looking to disarm the people have sworn an oath themselves, yet do not see the egregious violation to that very oath. So I look upon support with no affirmation, so I look upon support with no affirmation to action as suspect. I do urge you to pass this resolution, but for the sake of liberty, I'm highly disappointed that you did not put some backbone in it. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Perry, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and to my extended Caroline County family. My name is Bob Schwartz. I live in the Bowling Green District. I am retired almost 45 years law enforcement. A long time. I've seen a lot. I have never in my 72 years of age taken a public podium on any political issue or any other issue, but this gets to my core. What Senate Bill 16, 18, and 64 propose is a definite drain on my freedom. When people speak, we tend to put labels on them. Well, they're Republican red or they're Democrat blue. I'm going to tell you what I am. I am red, white, and blue American. In 1776, we got into a war with Britain that wasn't finalized until 1794, I believe, with the Treaty of Paris. That officially ended hostilities. Now, I'm not trying to give you a history lesson, but I want each of you to understand we cannot know where we are going unless we know where we have been. Our forefathers lived under the oppression that each of the Bill of Rights addresses. That's why, aside from the communication problem and distance, that's why it took so long to develop the first 10 amendments. It was not an easy task. It was an arduous journey, and it took people's lives. I may not be satisfied with the wording, but what I and the rest of my family are asking is that each of you unanimously let the General Assembly know that we are not happy. They are already starting to get the message. Governor Northam has thrown us a crumb in that he will grandfather. You can't grandfather and give me something that I already have.
God given. God given.
There will be battles. And I just pray to God Almighty that the battles are in the court and not in the streets. Because I know that there are people out there who will take it to the streets. We're going to wind up having another Hong Kong right here in this country. And I just pray that that never happens. We're asking you as our elected representatives to do the right thing. Give us the backing that we tried to give you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you.
Mr. Perry. And I think it's Linda Keith. I'm reading the cursive so well. Okay. You're on deck, Mr. Perry.
Greg Perry from the Western District, Caroline. I want to thank Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, and my fellow Caroline County citizens for allowing me to come before you and speak today. Background on myself, I'm retired 33 years, law enforcement and intelligence community. Like each one of you who are honorable, who serve with distinction, professionalism, I too took an oath to uphold the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And when we all raised our right hand and swore to uphold that oath, we meant it. And I know each one of you meant it. And I can tell from the resolution that you have put forth today that you all took your oath seriously. You all meant it. And it's quite obvious that you worked in a bipartisan fashion to put this oath together. And I know in my heart, I know in my soul, and these folks out here too, know that you're going to listen to what we have to say. And you're going to abide by that solemn oath when you raised your right hand. Our Constitution and our Bill of Rights, it can't be understated. Now, as I stated, in my 33 years, law enforcement intelligence community, I took many oaths. I wore many hats, did many things. One of those things was I was also a chief of police. I took that oath solemnly. And as a law enforcement administrator, you have a duty and responsibility to serve your citizens. I can tell you that Sheriff Lippa and the Caroline County Sheriff's Office is one of the finest law enforcement organizations in this state. He took an oath to serve the citizens of this county as well as every member in his department. You heard what he needs. And I'm speaking from experience as a chief of police myself who fought the same battle that Sheriff Lippa is fighting today, and it's hard. Give the sheriff, give his professional men and women who serve each and every one of us, give him the resources, the funding that he has asked for tonight. And with that, I thank you for your service, and I thank you for allowing me to come before you and speak today. And I know that you're going to do the right thing that you swore to uphold. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Reverend Hurst, you're on deck. On deck. On deck. Good evening.
Good evening, board members. My name is Linda Keith. I am from Caroline County, the Bowling Green District. I'm a mom, a Bowling Green business owner, and an American citizen. My business was built on the foundation of our Second Amendment rights. However, this is not just about our Second Amendment rights. This is about the sacrifice of our First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments. We have rights to freedom of speech, and if this goes through, we won't have that right. We won't have a right to come and assemble like we are today. They will take our rights to unreasonable search and seizure, and in doing so, with taking our Second Amendment right, they will already take our personal property right. I will not go into what the Virginia Constitution says. It's already been said tonight. Most of what I was going to say has already been said tonight, and you've got a lot of people to speak tonight. I will say this, though. This is America, and we are all given these rights by our founding fathers. And just because you don't like it doesn't mean I have to give mine up. And none of these people should. I am very proud to be a Caroline County citizen with the outcome of tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blankenship, you're on deck. Mr. Rick Blankenship. Mr. Hurst.
Reverend Michael Hirsch, Bowling Green District. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for your service and proposed resolution to reaffirm your oath to our United States and Virginia constitutions, in which the sacred God-given right to keep and bear arms is enshrined. The Supreme Court in Heller 2008 affirmed an individual's right to possess firearms unconnected with service in a militia for traditionally lawful purposes, such as self-defense within the home. Furthermore, in Chicago 2010, the court again affirmed the right of an individual to keep and bear arms as protected under the Second Amendment, and that, having been incorporated by the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, the protections of the Second Amendment are enforceable against the state. Now legislation has been introduced in the Virginia General Assembly that would infringe upon the right to keep and bear arms, and the governor has stated that he intends to sign such into law. Tonight, you have the opportunity to show that you care not only for your own lives and families, property and safety, but for those of the community you serve. I'm concerned about the passage of any bill containing language that could be interpreted as infringing our rights or could enable restrictions of our Second Amendment rights, and I request the board oppose any law that in violation of the constitutions of the United States and the Commonwealth would restrict our right to lawfully keep and bear arms. I call on the board to stand for the Constitution by declaring Caroline County as a constitutional county for Second Amendment rights and lawfully oppose any unconstitutional efforts to restrict such rights, to use all legal means at its disposal to protect the right to keep and bear arms through legal action, power of appropriation of public funds, and the right to petition for redress of grievances. I ask you to uphold and defend our Second Amendment rights and resolve that public funds, resources, employees, lands, buildings, or offices of the county shall not be used to restrict our Second Amendment rights or to aid federal or state agencies in the restriction of our God-given rights. Show your Caroline County family pride and oppose any infringement upon those rights and use whatever legal means may be expedient. I commend you and support your proposed resolution reaffirming your oath to the Constitution. Yet in consideration of the constitutional crisis now upon us, the threat to our homes, lives, families, and properties, I ask that you consider amending your resolution to include the lawful provisions I've mentioned. I ask you to reaffirm your support of one of the greatest cornerstones of our county's and country's rich heritage and culture, to defend who we are as Americans, and do this for our children and posterity. Leave a legacy, and I pray that God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blankenship. Mr. David Robinette, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Rick Blankenship, and I live in Bowling Green. I'll be brief and to the point. The intent of the Second Amendment, as seen by our founding fathers, the men who wrote our founding documents, was for the people to have a means to protect themselves from a tyrannical government. If the people can't protect themselves from such government, they stop being free, and they are simply subjects. When a government takes away a citizen's right to bear arms, soon to follow are the oppressive laws and even death to those same citizens. They would be subjects again. If any government member at whatever level seeks to take away our basic freedoms, the citizens should be very suspicious of those same members. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Robinette, Miss Margaret Kearns, you're on deck.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is David Kirk Robinette from Bowling Green District. I currently serve in the community as a servant of Christ, a pastor, and I work at DK Firearms. I retired from the military after serving on active duty, the reserves, the National Guard, and I also served in law enforcement in another Commonwealth state, and have worked on multiple military and government supporting contracts. This evening I address you as a citizen, understanding that in about 1040 BC, when Israel first sought a king in 1 Samuel 8, God said they would not be happy being ruled. Our state and our nation were both constructed knowing government is a necessary evil, needing checks and balances. The final check, of course, being the citizens of the Republic. Article 1, Section 13 of the Constitution of Virginia states a well-regulated, meaning prepared, militia composed of the body of the people, its citizens, is necessary for a free state. So the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That standing armies, that the power of the government, is to be under the strict subordination of civil power, meaning its civilian citizens. That Code of Virginia, Title 44, Chapter 1, Article 1, the classification of the militia, states the composition of the militia, which has already been stated tonight, is finally reduced to the National Guard, the Virginia Defense Force, and the unorganized militia, meaning, again, civilian citizens. Why do I speak this evening? The Scriptures call us to speak when things are not right. Many use an excuse like this to speak harshly, forgetting their own mistakes and hypocrisies. 2 Timothy 4:2 tells us to proclaim the word when the time is right and when it is not, to be urgent about it, whether it seems favorable or unfavorable, to correct those who are in error in doctrine or behavior, to warn those that rebel, but to encourage those who are doing well. And we are to do all this in inexhaustible patience and faithful and accurate teaching. How do we do that? Where does inexhaustible patience come from? 1 Corinthians 13:4 says, love endures with patience and serenity. Love is kind and thoughtful. It's not jealous or envious and does not boast or is proud and arrogant. Why do most people serve their community or their nation? Most men or women who serve out of concern and care for their neighbor. There may be other motives, but not for the true servant. Those I served with overseas stated many times, I want to keep the fight here and not on U.S. soil, out of brotherly love for their fellow U.S. citizens. It's not anger that draws a servant. However, it is servants and good citizens who these laws intend to vilify, to give a false sense of security to some and more power and influence to those who need to be checked. You don't let a bully goad your child into the street, and you don't let legislators play with matches when you smell gasoline fumes.
Mr.
Examples?
I'm going to ask you to please wrap it up.
Examples of Baltimore, Chicago, and Detroit are where legislators have gained power and citizens were promised safety. I owe my Savior and those whom with I served more than I can ever repay, so I speak for them and those I care about. We've all made mistakes, most are recoverable, but some are much harder to recover than others. Please don't let our legislators attempt to limit the rights of each citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kearns? And Mr. Carl Upshaw, you're on deck.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Margaret Kearns, Reedy Mill District. Imagine you're lying in bed at night and someone kicks in your door. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I moved to Caroline County in 2004, and shortly after I moved here, I had a medical emergency and had to call 911. And I live in southeastern Caroline, and it came home to me how long it takes for an ambulance to get to my house. I imagine, no disrespect to the sheriff's department, but it would be the same for if I needed the police. I learned that I needed to become my own first responder. And I learned to carry a tourniquet, I carry a disaster preparedness bag that I got here in this room last September. We have to be self-reliant when we're in a rural area. And I am a firearms owner. And the people in Richmond right now, they want to make me a felon because of something that I purchased legally, that I went through the background checks, property that I purchased. They want to make me a felon. And when they make me a felon, I can no longer vote. I can no longer own a firearm. And worse still, my nursing license will be suspended. So I want you to please send a message to Richmond that the Second Amendment rights of the citizens of Caroline County will not be infringed. Thank you.
Ms. Kearns, can I see you for a second?
Thank you, Ms. Kearns. Mr. Upshaw and Mr. Michael Ford, you're on deck.
My name is Carl Upshaw, and I'm from the Bowling Green District. Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, citizens of Caroline County, it is with deepest concerns that I come before you this evening. There are elected officials and state officers that are attempting to change laws written by U.S. citizens that were far more intelligent than they will ever be. Their proposals have been proven over and over again not to work. They have never worked in other countries and have never worked where they have been implemented in certain areas here in the United States. I'm sure others will give specific statistics, so I will not duplicate. This is Caroline County. Let us not forget the Constitution states that our rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. Not be infringed. Let us make a stand and do what is right and true. Let us vote to become a Second Amendment sanctuary county. Guns save lives. No more gun laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Ford. We have Mr. Aaron Staub. Do you want to come forward?
Aaron Staub, I'm in the Port Royal District. I also am a combat veteran, and my naivete was shattered about the truth behind the varnished face of what the world is. My military experience and my combat experience, I'm here as a private citizen, but I'm also professionally a federal uniformed police officer. I've traveled to many countries around the world, lived for extended periods in third world nations. I'm also a student of history. And ladies and gentlemen, I realized after all that, my God, most of my countrymen are so completely naive and sheltered as to the reality of the world. This thing that we have here, this glass bubble we live in, where we all play nicey nice, it's not a given that it's going to just go on in perpetuity. It has to be defended. It has to be, there's got to, that right there, that's leadership. That's what that badge means right there. That means having the guts to maintain freedom. It costs something. It's self-evident. There's endless amounts of evidence for anybody who's being genuine and has eyes to see and ears to hear in this world as to the eternal truths of what this country was founded on. All the prime movers who set up the first fundamental jurisprudences that all our later legal scholars and lawyers relied upon, that has gotten obscured in this world that is just so filled with propaganda, paid, rhetorical smoke. There's big, big money that is at work trying to get rid of what makes this country unique, and that's the Bill of Rights, the principles of the American Revolution. A vote no, a vote for what Richmond wants to do is a vote, means you're on record for agreeing to taking away 250 years of blood that was spilled to guarantee constitutional rights, those Bill of Rights. A vote to support Richmond on this means you're on record for I'm for taking the Bill of Rights, because when one falls, especially the Second Amendment, which in my opinion is the linchpin of the rest of them. I mean, let's put the naivete down and be serious here. I'm speaking, this is a time for choosing, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Mr. Stopp, excuse me. Mr. Harry? And John, or Jack Powell, you're on deck? You're on deck, sir.
Good evening. I'm Bob Harry. I'm from the Reedy Church District. And I want to compliment Mr. Thomas on reminding us this evening how old we're getting. To see all these youngsters in here, especially the ones that I coached during T-ball and baseball, that have gotten bald and gray beards. Thank you for coming. I'm not going to quote a bunch of constitutional rights and stuff like that. I'm going to talk about practical things. Because the speech that I was going to do tonight was just blown out by about 6 or 8 people in front of me. There are consequences to everything we do in life. A few years ago, we had a housing bust, and everybody's assessment got lowered. But we raised taxes because the county's got to be income neutral. So you get to a point where you take guns away, you're not selling ammunition, you're not selling firearms. You're going to raise somebody's taxes because you get the benefit of the sale of the firearm or the ammunition. Look at what we did with automobiles. Everybody's getting better fuel mileage nowadays. What we want to do? Raise taxes. It's all about money. Okay? Everywhere you go, when you reduce one thing, something else comes along, and you have to raise the taxes. That gets into these people's pockets too. So you're going to take their rights away from them and then make them pay for it. That's smart. I don't think it get very far. Taxes on firearms and fishing tackle. I used to be a hunter safety instructor. There are fees on these products that no one ever sees that keeps state and national park doors open. People don't know that until they come to our class. You take the sales away of the guns and the ammunition and stuff like that, we're going to raise taxes so we can keep the parks open. Now, does this make sense? And this is a guaranteed right. A guaranteed right. None of us in this room want to be a felon. It's not a good feeling. That word is not cute. Okay, so I'm done with my stuff. I thank you for your time, and thank the youngsters again for coming.
Thank you. Mr. Powell and Mr. Daniel Schiebel, you're on deck.
Good evening, Board. My name is John Powell. I go by Jack. I'm from the Madison District. I'm not used to public speaking, so I do apologize if my voice cracks or if I stumble or stutter. First off, I'd like to thank that everybody before me who's come up, especially the members who or attendees that serves this country as either law enforcement and or military. I have done neither, and I appreciate their service. Appreciate anybody's service who serves the Constitution and upholds it. Now, I can go into the laws, I can go into everything regarding what is being proposed, but honestly and truthfully, we do not have all night. There are nearly, if I remember last count, 12 different bills between the House and the Senate currently up for the legislative session of 2020. These include laws that will make me a criminal, will make most of the people in this room criminals. Now that might sound like hyperbole, it might sound like, conspiracy theorist or something like that, but it is not, it is true. Recently, the governor said, as it was stated earlier, that he will grandfather in the firearms that have been currently purchased as long as they've been registered. That does not, I repeat, that does not sit well with us. I would like to go ahead and speak from a piece of paper that we've all probably read since grade school. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Most of us know that beginning part. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its power in such a form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. These are the words written down, declaring to the British that our country's independence from them. These words are the foundation of American ideology and freedom. While there are multiple democracies across the world, America is the most unique in that our freedoms are some of the most unfettered among them. I hope my fellow citizens of Caroline County have all read the Second Amendment sanctuary resolution being proposed tonight. I would have to say I am disappointed. Is that all the members of the board affirm their defense of the U.S. Constitution upon being, the reason I am disappointed is that all members of this board affirmed their defense of the U.S. Constitution upon being elected. To say that you are reaffirming your required duties as a duly elected representative is in my mind a hollow measure, one devoid of any substance. I ask the board tonight, what action will you take when these laws are passed? Will you charge the Caroline County Sheriff's Office to adhere to these laws, or would you do the right thing and ask Sheriff Lipa to uphold his oath and not enforce these laws?
Mr. Schiebel, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes. I ask that the board not consider the resolution as it is currently written until the resolution includes specific language on what actions the board will take when these constitutional laws are passed. Half measures and compromises when it comes to the constitutional rights degrade those rights to the point that they aren't worth the parchment they are written on, and this resolution, as it currently sits, might as well be written on toilet paper.
All right, Mr. Powell.
As I am sure, please, as I am sure the rest of the people here attending the meeting charge the board to do more than just write and speak hollow words. We, the people, demand more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Mr. Shebel.
My name is Daniel Shebel. I'm in the Bowling Green District. I'm here tonight to ask the board to please pass this resolution. It seems like every time that there's any type of mass shooting involved, any type of weapon at all, there's always some type of gun legislation that has to be passed, not just in this state but in the country. Gun laws are not going to stop criminals. They do not follow the law. They will not follow the law. They are not scared of our sheriff's department. They're scared of armed citizens. We're the only ones that are going to be able to protect ourselves. Chicago, my understanding, has some of the strictest gun laws in the country. They also have one of the highest gun death rates also in the country. So you explain to me, how can gun laws prevent people from being victims? Please pass the resolution that we ask for us to become a county to help protect our gun rights. I will not become a defenseless victim to a criminal. Our sheriff's office does an outstanding job. They have my full support, but they cannot be with everywhere all the time. By the time they show up to a crime scene, most time everything's already said and done. All they can do is start investigating and taking pictures. And by then it's too late. So please pass this resolution, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shebel. Mr. David Napier and Bowling Green. And Mr. James Day, you'll be on deck. Mr. David Napier. Mr. Napier? Mr. Day, come on forward.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm James Day. I'm from the Bowling Green District, and I've been a citizen of Caroline County since 1970. I'm a 30-year Navy veteran and a Vietnam vet, and I'm going to try to avoid repeating some of the things that the other presenters have said. But while sitting here tonight, I find it somewhat ironic that Governor Northam is governor of Virginia, and he also followed Governor Patrick Henry and some other governors that were very much conversant with the Founding Fathers. Our Founding Fathers, most of them were either first or second generation immigrants, and they had lived in countries where they were either under monarchy or dictatorship. And when they came here, they knew how important the rights that they placed in our Bill of Rights were to the citizens of this country. We, the people, are the government of the United States. Through our power to vote and elect representatives, we govern this nation. We're a republic. A couple of things I'd like to mention. Our nation has been invaded actually twice. Once during the Revolution, when the British invaded, and citizen soldiers, who were called Minutemen, successfully defended the invasion and led to the American Revolution, which we were successful in winning, and with the help of the French, kicked the British out after the Battle of Yorktown, when General Cornwallis went back to Great Britain. They tried again in 1812, and we, because of our ability to defend ourselves, because of our citizen soldiers, we were able to defend the British again. And we've not been invaded since. I think it's only through the existence of the Second Amendment that we don't speak either German or Japanese. I'm reminded of a story when Tojo, General Tojo, was premier in Japan, and Admiral Yamamoto, who was the successful planner of the Pearl Harbor attack in 1941, they were discussing how they could put boots on the ground in the United States. And they concluded that it was impossible to put boots on the ground in the United States and successfully invade this country because there would be a patriot behind every rock and every tree. They didn't think they would even get out of California, much less make it across to the state of Texas. But I urge you to support this Second Amendment sanctuary measure. I think if it does nothing else, of course, we're fortunate. We have our delegate in the 99th District is a very solid Second Amendment supporter.
Mr. Day, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this presentation, and have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Napier, are you available? If not, Miss Adrian or Mr. Adrian Mack and Andrew Satterwhite, you're on deck. Yes, sir. If there is a seat up front, if the next person would like to move their way forward, I have Jacob Schmitz and John Kinsella also coming up very soon. Miss Mack? Okay.
Hey there, good evening. Adrian Mack from the Western Caroline District. Live in Ladysmith. I want to go ahead and thank you guys for hearing us tonight. This is something that's really near and dear to my heart and very important to me, so thank you. I'm a proud, very proud citizen of Caroline tonight. This, hearing the service, hearing the speakers, hearing Sheriff Lippa makes me proud to be here tonight. I hope you guys can make me proud too. So what I'm looking for, and you've heard it from a couple of other speakers, is more teeth to this resolution. You all took the oath. I believe that you believed when you took it. We need more teeth in this resolution. If you don't know what language we're looking for, there's opportunity to look at Buchanan County. There's also some other resolutions from the Gun Owners of America. If you need that, happy to email it to you. We need more teeth. We need you guys to send the message to Richmond that we will not comply. We want you to protect us. We're your citizens. We pay taxes. We want you to protect us. Sheriff Lippa's already made his statement. We want him included in the resolution. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Satterwhite? Andrew Satterwhite? Jacob Schmitz?
Hello. Jacob Schmitz, West Caroline. Probably never heard of me, so I'm just going to quote somebody a lot smarter than a 24-year-old who doesn't have a lot of experience. Thomas Jefferson said, "The laws that forbid carrying of firearms are laws of such a nature they disarm only those who are neither inclined nor determined to commit crimes. Such laws make things worse for the assaulted and better for the assailants. They serve rather to encourage than to prevent homicide. For an unarmed man may be attacked with greater confidence than an armed man." Benjamin Franklin said, they that can give up essential liberty to obtain temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. George Madison said, to disarm people is the most effectual way to enslave them. Now, why would we listen to any of these old, white, racist men? I would say open Governor Northam's 1984 yearbook and say, why are we still listening to them? All right. These laws infringe on our rights defined in the Bill of Rights. If you do not trust that, these laws infringe on the 30 human rights given to us by the United Nations in 1984. All right? Bill 16, Bill 64 are clearly overstepping of the government. Let it be known that we won't settle for being grandfathered in. We will not have the next generation denied their rights just so we can get gutted versions of ours. It will not happen. Virginia's flag, sitting right over there, will tell you exactly what we're about. We dethroned a king. We dethroned the people oppressing us. Back in the day, they tried to tax our tea. What did we do? We threw it into the Boston Harbor, started a war. We tried to take away alcohol. I don't really care for it, but we created NASCAR, and there are so many deaths, so many problems. Imagine what happens if you take our guns. All right? I do not advocate for what a lot of people think may happen if this continues to push the issue of civil war. I would not advocate for that. I would like, as many have said before, to keep it in the courts. But I can see, as Jefferson said, what country can preserve its liberties if their rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. Lastly, I'm going to end with what George Washington said over 50 times, quoting Micah 4:4, "Everyone shall sit under their own branch and their own vine and their own fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid." I want all of us to be safe. I want all of us to have our freedoms not given to us by the government, but to be protected by the government. I urge you to vote against these bills come January and to vote on being a Second Amendment county tonight. And lastly, I'm going to end with, I applied to be a police officer in 2 different counties. 1, because Brown makes me look fat, and 2, they pay 10 grand more than Caroline does. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Satterwhite? Come on down, Mr. Satterwhite. Mr. John Kinsella, you're on deck. You're next.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Satterwhite. I reside in the Reedy Church District. I'm 30 years old, and I've resided in Caroline County my entire life, outside of the couple years that I attended Bridgewater College. I am an avid outdoorsman, hunter, gun collector, shooter, whatever you want to call it. I enjoy my Second Amendment freedoms. And as a law-abiding citizen, I'm guaranteed those rights. I had a conversation with a coworker this morning, and he said, "Man, you're going to go to this meeting? You're going to talk? You don't enjoy public speaking?" I hate public speaking. I hate large crowds, sweating profusely right now. You know? But the brave men and women, the founding fathers, my ancestors, everyone who's served in the U.S. military, they've done a lot more than give a 3-minute speech to ensure that I have these freedoms, that my children have these freedoms. I hate public speaking. I don't want to be here. I want to be at Taco Tuesday with my beautiful daughter and my wife. But I feel like I have to be here. I feel like I've been put in a position where I have to voice my concern. So, the bottom line is I understand that a Second Amendment sanctuary really has no teeth when it comes to Virginia political environment. What I want to do is send a clear picture that when you're elected, that you can change rules, you can change laws, you can let the political pendulum swing. We should all celebrate that. But that pendulum has to stay within the bounds of the U.S. Constitution and Virginia Constitution. So with that, I hope that you all will vote on this resolution and maybe put some more teeth in it, because we should all be fighting for that, no matter what side of the aisle that you sit on, because there's a lot more at stake than just our Second Amendment rights. I appreciate your time and your willingness to hear me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Upshaw, you're on deck. Mr. Kinsella, come on right.
Hi, I'm John Kinsella. Good evening, board members. I'm from the Bowling Green District. I'm not much of a speaker myself, but I have to be up here, not just representing myself, but I'm also representing my wife, my immigrant wife, and my immigrant family, my immigrant in-laws. In one fell swoop, this January, Governor Northam and the rest of the delegates in Virginia want to instantly take away from my in-laws and my wife rights that they just now, coming to this country, got. That's a real hard thing to explain to my father-in-law, who's lived in a country where they had zero rights, none. In fact, the government came in and kicked them off of their farm at gunpoint, told them you either leave or die. And then I had to explain to my father-in-law what exactly is going on. It's the hardest thing in the world to do. It's already hard to try to explain the rights to them that they have, but it's also even harder to try to explain the rights that they're going to have taken away from them. Not to mention, it's going to make them instant felons, a few of them, because they do own firearms. So that puts them in a quagmire, because now it makes them instant felons in violation of the immigration laws. So they can get deported. They're not naturalized yet. Working on it, but they're not naturalized yet. But this right here, looking around and seeing everybody that showed up here tonight, that says a lot. That says a lot to me. That says that there's a lot of people in this county, a lot of people in this state that's going around and filling up all of these boardrooms, all of these meetings here, and it should be sending a clear message to the state that we're not going to take it. But it also woke everybody up, because I'm sure not everybody here turned out to vote. Because if everybody that showed up at all these meetings had turned out to vote, we wouldn't be here tonight. And I'm hoping you guys take a good, clear look at all this and understand that they're awake now, and you can guarantee at the next election, it's going to be way different. Way different. We're going to see a bigger turnout. Thank you. Y'all have a great evening.
Thank you. Mr. Upshaw, and I'm going to ask everyone, again, it is part of our policy not to clap. I know it's kind of a Debbie Downer, but it is part of our policy, so please refrain from doing that. Mr. Upshaw.
Good
Yes.
evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I had taken some notes down of what I wanted to discuss tonight. You've pretty much heard it all and then some. I just want to show my support for our Second Amendment. I want you to show your support for the citizens of Caroline County and the fellow Second Amendment supporters. And I would support any additional teeth you wanted to add as an amendment to what you have proposed. But I'm a 43-year resident of the county, lived in the Bowling Green District most of my life, resided in Reedy Church District. I have a 14-year-old son and a 10-year-old daughter. Both enjoy the outdoors with me. My son has had great success hunting, and he's an avid member of the Boy Scouts, currently a life rank, and his favorite annual scouting trip is when they go to a shooting range and basically learn to safely operate and shoot various firearms. Again, I'm here tonight to show my support for the Second Amendment and hope you do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay and Matt Perdisso, probably butchered the name. They would come on up. Mr. Rababi, you're on deck. You're welcome to come forward unless the other two come. Come on up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dave Rababi. I am from the Madison District, from Lake Caroline. On September 30th, 1977, I raised my right hand and took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That oath did not come with an expiration date. On February 1st of 2005, I retired after more than 27 years as a U.S. Marine. I fought in 3 conflicts on 2 continents for one reason: to protect our nation from its enemies, foreign and domestic. While I and thousands like me were putting our lives on the line for our country, domestic enemies have crept into positions of authority within the federal and state levels. Anyone who wants to take the rights away from law-abiding citizens and make them a felon for legally owning a firearm is not a true American. Shall not infringe is unique in our Constitution. No other part of our Constitution has these words. Not the First Amendment, not the Fourth Amendment, nowhere. Maybe our forefathers foresaw something that we have been blinded to over the years. Our leaders have become drunk on power and forgot that they work for us, not the other way around. I am not a threat to our nation. I am the one who put my life on the line more times than I can remember. Please do not infringe on my rights or the others to do so. Please do not allow the politicians from Northern Virginia and Tidewater to infringe on our Second Amendment rights. Make Caroline County a Second Amendment sanctuary county and stop its unlawful infringement of our constitutional rights. I have fought for the liberation of Kuwait. I have fought to stop the use of food as a weapon in Somalia, and I fought to free Iraq from a dictator. I sure as hell will fight for my home in Caroline County. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kenny Harless, Mr. Harless and Dustin Breon. We do have a seat up front if you want to come make your way forward.
Hi, I'm Kenny Harless, citizen of Caroline for all my life. I guess the big subject tonight is guns, the amendment. As a hunter, as long as we follow our rules, regulations, purchase our license, and use the ammo that is safe for the environment, as far as subjects as chokes and guns and thumb holds, I think that should be our choice. Also, as a property owner, I think we should be able to protect ourselves, protect what's ours. No unworking guy or drug addict or whatever wants to take mine is not going to get it. If anyone wants to take my guns, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Breon, Mr. Bradley Burns, and William Smith.
Good evening, Board. Chairman, I want to apologize for the way that I'm dressed. I was not intending on speaking this evening. Once I got my hands on the proposed...
Can you give us your name real quick?
I'm sorry, Dustin Breon.
Okay.
I'm from the Port Royal District.
Yes, sir.
Wasn't planning on speaking this evening until I saw the proposed resolution. I assume this will be voted on later. I see a tally for the ayes and the nays. I do want to acknowledge the fact that Ms. Long made a statement earlier, opening comments of the meeting, where she mentioned local hunt clubs, took wounded warriors out for a charity hunt or a benefit hunt. Mr. Underwood also made the comment that we live in a rural area, and life in Caroline County and rural areas are very different than certain other portions of the state. My concern with the proposed resolution this evening is that it is simply restating the oath that all of you folks took when you took office. The scary part about that, while not meaning to accuse anyone on stage this evening, is that it is the same oath or a very similar version that all of the legislature in Richmond has taken when they took office as well, upholding the rights, Bill of Rights, the Constitution, etc. I would urge you folks, in addition to what is on the paper now, to further justify and further describe the board's intentions and the county's intentions when it comes to any type of action item or specific opposition to unlawful bills or regulations that come down from the state legislature. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bradley Burns or Mr. William Smith? Actually, Mr. Burns? Well, that's all right. Either one. There's a seat for the other.
I'm not ready yet anyway.
No problem.
They call all three of us up at the same time. Hey there, board. My name is Bradley Burns. I vote in the Mattapanai district. I'd like to commend you all for the resolution you did put forth, but I agree with it. Just about everybody else in this room and say it's not enough. It's been mandatory for every jurisdiction in the United States to be a constitutional sanctuary since March 4th of 1789. That doesn't matter to the state legislature. They've already proved to us that they don't care. And I'm not a felon. I've never committed or been charged with a crime, never committed an act of violence on anybody. But what I can't understand is why the legislature is going to treat me and 8.57 million other Virginians like we are. Senate Bill 16, excuse me, Senate Bill 16 carelessly denies us of our rights, expressed explicitly in both the state constitution and the federal Bill of Rights. We are to be targeted simply for the property we possess, construed as potential murderers by these ads in the media, forced to fork over our property for no good reason without due process, and tagged as criminals if we refuse to comply. They say it's in the interest of public safety. Well, let's talk public safety. Let's talk statistics. I have the 2018 FBI homicide statistics in my hands. I'm in row G. If anybody else would like to see them, I'd be glad to share them with them. In 2018, out of the 14,123 total homicides, 297 were committed with rifles of all kinds. That's not just including these scary black assault weapons that they so fervently hate and want to take away from us. That's rifles of all kinds. They also narrow it down by state. State of Virginia, there was 8. So we're going to subjugate the God-given rights of 8.57 million individuals because 8 people decided to do something bad that was already illegal from the get-go. So, Senate Bill 64 as well. Senate Bill 64 denies the right of a well-regulated militia, which is necessary to the security of the free state, outlined in our Constitution. It charges you with a Class 5 felony for assembling or teaching the use of any firearm to one or more persons with the intent of causing a civil disorder. Never mind, the Second Amendment begins with a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state. Or the Virginia Commonwealth flag that flies out in front of every single public building in this Commonwealth explicitly says, Sic Semper Tyrannis, thus always to tyrants. We need to stand proud together and combat these evil policies. And I commend the sheriff. I respectfully disagree on the fact that calling ourselves a Second Amendment sanctuary is not enough. I think we need to stand and take arms with the rest of the 30, lose my train of thought here. Sorry. We need to stand strong with the rest of the 30-some-odd jurisdictions that come out of Second Amendment sanctuaries. I respectfully disagree in saying the constitutional sanctuary is enough. They've already denied it. Several co-sponsors of this bill are chomping the bit to violate the oath they haven't even taken yet. They're not even in office. This is just pre-filed. And Sheriff, if you do end up starting that militia wherever he is, if you ever start that militia, I'm on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Mr. William Smith and Steve Scarlett. Yes, sir.
First, my name is William Smith. I live in Milford. I'm a rookie here in Caroline County. Just moved here about 2 years ago in December. But I am adamantly against any type of restriction on firearms. If you just go by the basis of when our forefathers came out with these Bill of Rights, there are 2 very important things that they started out with. Freedom of speech. Second thing, Second Amendment. Why do you think that they took those 2 items as being the top items in our Bill of Rights? Because they thought it was that important. And as mentioned previously by one of our other speakers here, it is the only amendment out of the 27 of them that has the phrase shall not be infringed. How can you think or have a perception of any other thing than say, hey, they mean that? And I know most of these people that are in here, and there was people in the gym I was in, and there's people that haven't even gone in here. It's going to be an issue, and you guys, it's up to you guys to force our will, because we belong to a very big organization. It's called We the People. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scarlett? After Mr. Scarlett, we're going to take a brief recess.
I'm not going to speak that long. Hi, I'm Steve Scarlett. I'm from Mattaponi District. Floyd's my representative up here. Thank you all for having us up here, and thank you for your service. Second of all, I'd like to thank the sheriff and the sheriff's department for their fine service tonight in the nasty weather and the dark, directing traffic so we can all be here safely. Third, Edwards Road. It's a mess. VDOT and the developer are taking us to shame on it, and they're out there treating it like it's the Indy 500. I'd ask the sheriff and the board to do something about the heavy truck traffic, which is turning that place. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Also, for point number 5 about the training facility for the fire department, federal law states that any training range built with federal tax dollars is usable by the public. Guess how much of Fort A.P. Hill is built with federal tax dollars? All of it. They want to lean on it? Lean back. Fourth, I'd like to apologize to the veterans of this county for the fact that we have to come here tonight and argue this. My apologies to all of y'all that we're at this stage. It's a shame that we are. It is our veterans served to protect our Second Amendment freedoms, and now we're all up here having to clamor to protect them. All because a multi-billionaire from New York bought the media and then bought a large chunk of our state representation so we can shove his gun laws down our throat. Gentlemen, ladies, this resolution, it's meaningless. It's useless. You need to put some teeth in this. You need to put some backbone in this. I know you've got both. I've heard y'all talk. I know Floyd, he can get angry and he doesn't like things, he'll let you know. Same thing with everybody else up here. Jeff Black and Jeff Seeley. I know y'all. We expect better from you than this milksop. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having us.
Thank you, Mr. Scarlett. At this time, we're going to take a brief. Looks like 3 minutes after 9. We'll try to start back again about 10 after 9. Thank you. We're on a recess. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and restart our meeting, and we'll start off with Mr. Broadus.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors. I stand in front of you tonight. I usually stand in front of you as your agricultural extension agent. I have to remove that hat tonight and stand in front of you as a citizen of Bowling Green District. I am a fifth generation farm in Sparta, Virginia. My grandparents and my father had been avid hunters all their life. I shoot. I still shoot, but I don't kill deer. I don't kill anything. I shoot paper targets. And I do enjoy the sport of firing rifles at long ranges. But I don't think that's the important thing we need to think about tonight. whether you like guns or not. And I think a lot of people somehow sometimes get confused with that. I speak to you because we have a First Amendment. That First Amendment gives me the right to say, hey guys, I agree with this, I don't agree with this, and we can meet and talk. It's not a tyranny. What we're looking at and what we're faced with from state government is an infringement, really, on a second right. The right behind the freedom of speech. And I think this goes deeper than what many people are spouting off. And they're not wrong, but we really got to look at our rights. And I know you're not here to make laws for the state or take guns away from anybody, but I do impress upon you, like many have tonight, to defend the Constitution at all costs. I think there could be more teeth put in your resolution. It looks good, and I appreciate it. But I can tell you, if we don't fight and put teeth in stuff and we lose it, what's next? How do I speak to you? These are the deep things I think we need to think about. So I do support the resolution to be a sanctuary county for the Second Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. James Halster?
Holston, sir.
Okay, sir. Your cursive looks like mine.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is James Holston. I'm from Bowling Green. I work in Bowling Green. And I believe y'all threw a softball at this problem tonight. This is a line that cannot be crossed. Constitutional rights are the line. Anything infringing upon them is just dumbfounding me. You cannot cross that line. Allowing the state to cross that line sets a precedent unheard of in this country. You cannot infringe upon my rights. You're going to sweep across the state and make people felons for teaching people how to shoot, how to be responsible gun owners. And the very first gun I ever owned would make me a convicted felon. I learned to shoot with a .22 Marlin rifle that holds 18 rounds. Under these laws, that would be considered an assault weapon. This is utterly ridiculous.
Model 60s are great little guns.
Yeah, it's a great little gun. It should be everybody's first gun. But this is ridiculous. I'll keep it short tonight, put some teeth in it, throw a hard ball, let them understand that we're not going to stand to have our rights infringed upon at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, there's a person here with worse handwriting than yours, James. Raymond, and I think your last name starts with an E, but I'm not really certain about that. Joe Dietrich. Raymond Enters. Bowling Green. Mr. Dietrich, you can come on forward.
Good evening, sir. I'm sure that I appreciate being here and to address the board. Most of you know me as a game warden. I was a game warden in Caroline County for 38 years, or altogether for 38 years. After I retired, the sheriff was nice enough to hire me for part-time for another 9 years. So I guess you add all that, it's 47 years. Just like to, I'm not a public speaker, so you'll have to pardon me for that. Got a few things I'd like to say, just common sense as regards firearms. I started as a game warden in 1968, retired 2009. I was raised over in the valley by a dad that hunted and fished for food. He was raised during the Depression, so if he wasn't successful, he probably didn't eat. As a game warden, my duties was to enforce game fishing boat laws. So from September until February, my primary effort was to enforce game laws. That means going out and checking people that are hunting with firearms and other methods, archery equipment and such. In the 38 years I was a game warden, I only had to draw my firearm twice in what I thought would be defense of my life. I say that to say this. Even though I've had a lot of police officers tell me I wouldn't have your job because everybody you deal with has a firearm. But a hunter out there carrying a firearm is just an instrument of his sport. He's not out there with intentions to hurt himself or to hurt anyone else. I could compare that to a golfer on a golf course that has a club in his hand that he could kill anyone with. Same way with a baseball bat. It would pretty much do you in as well. Thousands of people love firearms. Hunters, competition shooters, sports shooters, and go to the ranges for recreation. Plinkers, as I am, shooting with my grandkids here last week. Collectors, gun enthusiasts, buying and selling, trading, gun shows. Because of an unfounded fear and ignorance concerning firearms, the state liberal lawmakers are proposing laws that will make criminals of these upstanding people. I have 27 seconds, and I figured I would get to this, but I won't. Let me say this. Criminals, by definition, ignore the laws. Their goal is self-gratification and getting what they want, no matter who they may hurt or who may suffer. Passing laws that take away the ability of legal, honest, and hard-working people to defend themselves against such evil people will only encourage such behavior. I encourage the board to support the Second Amendment right and support your strong, law-abiding, honest, hard-working citizens, Caroline County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Robert Carruthers and Miss Jerry Gunn.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Roberts Gunn. I'm a resident of Madison District here in Caroline County. I'm a small business owner, which means I work out of a home office, and I currently serve as commander of the Bowling Green Post of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. I urge you to pass this resolution reaffirming the county's commitment to uphold the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I have owned firearms since the 1970s. I carried an M16 in Korea and again in Desert Storm. I also fire pistols in civilian matches. On one occasion, I had to use my firearm to deter a would-be home invader as he attempted to break down my door at 2 in the morning with what only could be described as a drug-induced belligerence. However, why I or any other citizen owns a firearm is not the point. Whether it's for hunting, whether it's for marksmanship, which is an Olympics-level sport, whether it's for self-defense, or whether a firearm is a family heirloom, or whether I can afford to own and collect antique or valuable firearms, whether I just need a firearm to protect against predatory animals while I'm camping in the mountains, is all irrelevant. The point is that any law-abiding citizen is guaranteed that right. Currently, we have a group of lawmakers, and some of them are actually fine people, but they are just misguided on this, and they think that they can take away this right with the stroke of a pen because they perceive that they can do this. The resolution at bar that we speak about tonight, along with others that are being adopted every day in counties throughout this Commonwealth, will help send a message that lawmaking needs to be done in a reasonable manner, and that no legislature or Congress has the power to override the Bill of Rights. In fact, Caroline County is a shining example of that. Your civil rights cannot be taken away by an act of the General Assembly or of Congress. I urge you to join with over 60 other counties now and pass this very reasonably worded resolution. And I thank each and every one of you for the service that you give to Caroline County. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carruthers. All right. Cliff Dodson and Judy Brooks. Birkingham from Bowling Green. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Judy Brooks, and I'm from the Western Caroline Madison District. When I first saw the proposed resolutions, It just angered me. And I'm not a hunter. I really have no... guns don't really affect me one way or the other. But it's the control and the loss of our rights that were given to us by our forefathers that put me into action. So many years ago, everybody has mentioned it, that the Constitution gave us this right. But they went to court, and they also went to clarify it. And in 1791, they clarified it, and they said, yes, the Constitution says it's for us individuals to be able to own a firearm if we so deem. And the arms of then, muskets or whatever they were at that time, sure, they're different from what our arms are today, but it did not restrict or say what kind of arms we were able to have. While some of our arms may look scary, heck, I don't even want to ride the roller coaster at King's Dominion because it looks scary, but it is there for everybody to enjoy. These rights are here for us to enjoy. And also, while the improvements over our lifetime with air travel, cars that drive themselves, drones, robots that are replacing manpower, so has the manufacturing of arms been improved. So while the violation of these freedoms must be addressed, because if you give away one, if you break it apart bit by bit, it'll be just like that Jenga game. You pull a block out, it makes it weak. You pull another block out, we're all falling down, and we won't have any recourse in which to stand here and be we the people in our country. And a violation of these rights and these freedoms must be addressed by the people that gather here, because the government cannot be the controller. We are the people in control. And when we vote, which I have been a part of the electoral process in this county for over 30 years. I've been chief officer at at the voting precincts. And we have to, the other thing is we have to have photo ID to vote, which they're trying to take away right now in Richmond. They want to eliminate any photo ID to vote. And yet people will just go in there and will vote representatives to run roughshod all over us and let anybody vote, which I think is more of a criminal offense to put people in there just without any voting privileges, then...
Ms. Brooks?
Yes, I'm sorry. But it's very, very important for us to hold tight to these rights. And I'm so happy that some women have come up here to speak, and I'm so happy that Caroline County has come together, and I've lived in this county since '84, and we have great people in this county. But as voting goes, and as they're stating, if you don't do the will of the people, we the people, come next election, it will be a change. So you have to listen to what we the people say, and you'll have to put some teeth into that proposal, because seriously, we all want to uphold the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, but if you don't uphold it and put some backbone in it saying you will not let them dictate how you do it, then you're not going to uphold the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Herb Buckingham. Mr. Herb Buckingham. Mr. Christian McCurtain. And Mr. William Plattner, if you want to make your way forward as well. Christian, you can come on down, sir.
Thank you, board members, for actually having this meeting. I'm quite amazed at the turnout. I'm actually very emboldened by the turnout. I am not prior military.
Can you give us your name real quick?
My name is Christian McCurtain. I'm actually a resident of Mattapan District. Haven't been in the county actually very long, about 7 years, and we love it. It is very nice. I have not been as involved as I could have been. I'm ashamed to try to calculate how much time it's been since I've been up here. My job is not one of law enforcement. I have done prior EMS. My current position is with a registered nurse. I'm actually a trauma certified registered nurse. So I do have a little bit of a unique perspective as to what people talk about when they talk about gun violence. I did 2 years high volume work in Richmond. I've seen things that I wish I could forget. And actually the most susceptible areas, Mosby Court, Gilpin Court. I didn't see things out in more affluent places. I'm ashamed to admit just how many amendments there are in the Constitution. There are more than enough to cover and more than enough room to expand on that. But I've noticed just how few words there are in the Second Amendment. And I'm understanding that's not even the first draft, but it doesn't matter. And the amount of people that I've come across in the short time I've been on this planet, everybody has a different viewpoint, a different perspective. And I may not believe as you believe or go to the same church or from the same county or the same state. I'm actually from California. Haven't been back in 42 years. I understand it's a little rough since I left. Not sure if I'll get back. But the point is that even though I may not share the beliefs of the people around me or the people I may encounter, because I believe not just in the Second Amendment and what it stands for, but I believe in the First Amendment, the freedom to address grievances, to not be tortured, to not have my property taken like with civil forfeiture without due process, a speedy public trial, cruel and unusual punishment. One doesn't make the whole country. All of them do. All of us do. All of you do. I'm pretty confident in my heart what the vote will be, and as it should be as elected representatives, which is exactly what has happened in the state. There were enough people, and they're representatives now of the majority or the people who voted. More people that vote, more people's voices are heard, and these people are here. I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and I appreciate it. And I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, William Plattner.
I, too, am horrible at public speaking. As a matter of fact, in college, I took it online to avoid it.
That ought to be against the rules, I think.
Hey, it got me my credit I needed. Nonetheless, I'm going to go ahead and dive in.
If you would please state your name better than what I did.
William Plattner, the Reedy Church District.
Okay.
When the colonies declared their independence from the crown, it was an illegal act. However, it was a justifiable act of defiance against a tyrannical form of government. Not all laws are righteous or justifiable. Therefore, our founders gave us some well-thought-out documents that formed our system of righteous laws. Unfortunately, they have been eroded and are being terminated with extreme prejudice. With all of their wisdom and experience from dealing with tyranny, they gave us a fail-safe, few fail-safes, because they knew at some point this very well-thought-out system would be corrupted and perverted. One of the main and last lines of defense in is our Second Amendment. Not only should we have the right to protect ourselves and or loved ones from someone that comes to our home or our personal space with malicious intent, but even more important than the preservation of my life is the preservation of freedom. Therefore, to take away the rights of the American people to protect themselves against a potential tyrannical government within our country or an invading government would be unconstitutional at best. But most likely, it would be a very calculated evil attack on the citizens of America to disarm them and strip them of their freedoms. The Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. If we are all created equal, but the citizens cannot use certain arms to protect themselves because they are too dangerous, then the men and women in government should disarm themselves of those same weapons and the people we pay to protect them. Moreover, we are also We also have inalienable rights, such as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Without liberty, we cannot protect the pursuit of happiness or our lives. Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter and abolish it. I wanted to highlight a few points from the Declaration of Independence, even though it is a different document than the Constitution. Many people argue about what the Second Amendment was meant for. Well, when the Second Amendment is linked to the Declaration of Independence in our history, the motives are very clear on what the founders' intentions were. It is to have an armed population of citizens to individually defend themselves against tyranny and to organize militias to defend against tyranny. Most importantly, the Second Amendment clearly states the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, every elected official, police officer, and military person swore an oath to that Constitution to protect it against both foreign and domestic enemies. If any civil servant does not believe in this oath, then they should not serve for this country. If any of you have ever admired our founding fathers, truly love this country and freedom, well, perhaps now is your time to shine and follow in their footsteps and maybe create bigger footsteps. But nonetheless, have an honorable page in the history books. So I ask that the Board of Supervisors will do the honorable thing and defend our Constitution against domestic enemies that control our offices through possible voter fraud and mob rules democracy. All of you swore an oath that I hope you will uphold. And furthermore, to address the resolution, we need to address the red flag laws.
I need you to wrap it up, please.
Okay, this is it. We need to address the red flag laws. Those are unconstitutional as well. Thank you.
Mr. Russell Price and Roland Holcomb, if you want to make your way to an empty seat down in the front. Great. Actually, you're first up. If you'd give us your name, sir.
Hello, my name is Russell Price. I'm not a good speaker. I'm here to represent my family back at home in Bowling Green, Milford, Virginia, on Sparta Road. There is my father who has had a stroke and is now, he's 80 years old, and a mother who is 75, and my aunt who has a handicap that she's had to deal with her whole life. I'm not asking to, I'm asking you to go ahead with your resolution, but not only just your resolution. You need to look for other laws or other ways to make it to where they can't infringe on our rights. I don't want to have to arm my 80-year-old father who has had a stroke to defend their home when I'm not there. We shouldn't have to do that. And it shouldn't get to that point. I thank you, thank the board, and that's it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Holcomb and Mr. Danny Burke, you're on deck.
My name's Roland Holcomb. I'm in Bowling Green District. I'm going to thank you all for allowing everybody to speak, and but ask some rhetorical. I know you're not supposed to ask questions, but I'm going to ask questions anyway. Heroin against the law. Opioid addiction. They want to do it against the law. If I drive 80 miles an hour down 301, what is Sheriff Lippa and his fine deputies going to do? Against the law. But he's got specific rules that he has to follow. If you're speeding, you're going to get a ticket, more than likely. If I don't pay my taxes, y'all got resolutions that say this is going to happen if you don't pay your taxes. This doesn't have anything specific in it. Why y'all can define, y'all are educated, y'all can define all these resolutions and laws that the county has. Why can't you define this one any better? It's like a whitewash of a Constitution. It's just a brief skim over instead of actually digging in and getting to the meat of a resolution that's going to protect our Second Amendment. You know, I agree with everybody, what everybody said up here. And Yeah, the funny thing is, when Hitler was trying to take over stuff, a little history, he went into Hungary, and, he helped them and doing all this stuff for the government was doing this stuff for them. They were all kind of happy and because they were depressed. And they had them register all their guns because of crime. Then, years later, they came back and collected all the guns. And nobody had any guns, so then who was in control? We know all how that all turned out, so. But this has got to have something more to it. Y'all can write better resolutions than this. I know you can. Y'all write 2, 3, 4 pages of resolutions. This is barely a half a page. So we, the people of Caroline County, ask that you write something better. Scratch that. We demand that you do something better for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Burke and Mr. Rob Handley, you're on deck.
Good evening.
evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. I didn't intend on speaking tonight.
What's your name again, sir?
Danny Burke, sir.
And your voting district?
Thank you. My voting district is Woodford, is where I live. But first off, I want to say thank you to Sheriff Lippa wherever he went off to, because Sheriff Lippa is doing a fine job. I don't know the details on the budget and everything else that's being requested here for that, but Sheriff Lippa and his professional band of brothers and sisters up there are really protecting our rights and our citizenship in this county. They're helping us all the time. So I want to first off, and I don't know why I have to send money to the Virginia Sheriff's Institute. I would rather send it directly to Caroline County. So if you're supporting the Virginia Sheriff's Institute, that money needs to come directly to this county to pay our sheriff and his deputies and get them on board here. That's what I want to say about that. I grew up in Baltimore City. Everyone knows what that's like right now, right?
Mr. Burke? Mr. Burke?
I'm sorry. I spent 30 years in the Marine Corps.
I understand.
And I swore an oath also to help and support the Constitution of the United States, defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Just like everyone, a lot of military members out in this audience did the same thing. But I'm here to tell you, if we start taking rights away, this Second Amendment right is a very big issue. And you can see how many times have you seen this auditorium packed like this? Have you ever seen it? No. I'm telling you, this is very utmost important to everyone in this county, not only this county, but everyone in this state and in this country. It's not going to go away. I shot on the Marine Corps shooting team for about 21 years off and on, and I trained a lot of people how to shoot. I'll be damned if I'm going to be a criminal to teach someone how to shoot a weapon. I own many weapons myself, and I am not going to give them up. And I don't know many people out here who's going to be willing to give them up also, either. So if you take our ability to defend ourselves away from us, you're going to see crime increase in this county. I'll guarantee you. Look at Baltimore. Look at Philadelphia. Look at Chicago. Look at D.C. Look at every district where guns are illegal and look at the crime rates. Look at the rural areas and you'll see the exact opposite. I have a concealed carry. I know a lot of people out here have concealed carry. I don't have to have one. I don't feel I have to have one, but because this is an open carry state, right? I can carry one on my hip and let somebody look at it, but they might get offended because they see a pistol. So I have to cover it up, and then I have to get a permit to cover it. Doesn't make any sense. I can't go to church and defend myself in church because of the laws of this state. So my church, luckily, has enough money to have security in it. And it really upsets me about that. Criminals don't abide by the laws. You take our rights to self-defense away from us, criminals are going to attack more and more prevalently, and you'll see it. I urge you, no, I really demand you to look at this seriously and know how many people you have here in this county and how they feel so strongly about this situation.
Mr. Burke, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Ma'am, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And please do the right thing.
Mr. Hadley?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Rob Hanley. I live in the Bowling Green District. There isn't much I can add to what's already been said here, but let me lend some perspective, perhaps. I'm a retired Coast Guard captain, spent just under 30 years total service in defense of our country, and I've always tried to conduct myself with the utmost and personal honor. And I'm appalled at the notion that with the stroke of the governor's pen, I could be thought a dishonorable person. And I'm so appalled that this place that's my home may be in the rearview mirror and I may decamp for another state where I can maintain that sense of personal honor. Now, we have in the next session of the General Assembly an incoming majority that is poised to pass laws that will do little to curb crime and gun violence in particular, but will make felons and criminals of ordinary citizens who otherwise are law-abiding. And the resolution you are considering tonight, we know that legally it has no teeth. It's purely symbolic. But I encourage you to join with the more than 60 other jurisdictions in the Commonwealth that have come together to send a message to the governor and to the General Assembly that the hubris that comes after this last election needs to be tempered with moderation, good faith, and a bipartisan effort when considering laws that impact our right to keep and bear arms. Please add teeth to your resolution. It's a fine resolution. We know that you all revere the Constitution and have taken an oath to obey it. But we're talking about the Bill of Rights here and the Second Amendment. So please be specific and please join with the other counties that send a message, particularly to those members of the General Assembly who belong to the majority party that's coming in, but represent districts that are like Caroline County. Send a message to those folks to engage in good faith and be moderate, and let's do this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, at this point, we've exhausted our names on the lists. We do have a couple folks, a handful of names that we called that never came forward. I will run down through these just one last time, and it'll be basically be a final call on those. Eric Draper, Michael Ford, David Napier, Lindsay Paradiso, and Matt Paradiso. Again, a gentleman by the name of Raymond from Bowling Green. I can't read your last name, I'm sorry. Robert Carruthers, Cliff Dodson, Herb Buckingham, and that's it. If any of you are present, you're welcome to come forward at this point. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close our public comment period, and we'll move on with the other agenda items for the evening. I do want to thank everyone. Some exceptionally well-made points were brought up by many this evening. It was truly an excellent public meeting where people, I know passions are running high, and we're going to take action. At least we're going to consider the resolution. We have another resolution that we're going to be passing out in a moment also to consider. And just understand that we do take this item seriously. And well, I'll refrain from anything else until the agenda item comes up. So we do have another public hearing regarding Item 5 are proposed amendments to Article 5 of the Code of Caroline County, the vehicle license tax. Mr. Parton? Mr. Bassoon?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is the public hearing for the proposed amendments to the vehicle license ordinance that we talked about at first reading at the last meeting. Succinctly put, the two amendments, the purpose is to specify that only vehicles operated on the streets, highways, and roads of the county must be licensed. As we've discussed before, under the current ordinance, the VL fee currently applies to any vehicle that's garage, stored, or parked within the county and may not be operated on the road. So that would change that. The second change is to allow a vehicle license to be transferred at no cost from a previously licensed vehicle to a newly acquired vehicle. So if you're swapping out a one-for-one, you could transfer the VL to the new vehicle. Under the current ordinance, you would pay a new VL fee under that scenario when you purchase a replacement vehicle. We've previously discussed the projected loss of revenue to the county in the event that the board makes these changes. The information's in your board packet. I won't go over it again. And finally, I would say that under the rules of order, if you wish to adopt the amendments following the public hearing, you may do so tonight. Commissioner's here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions by the board?
I just have one, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Long?
On Section C1, when we talked about the disabled veteran, there was a percentage of disability. Is that covered under the special license plate that the vehicle has to have? If I remember correctly, there was a percentage of disability? No.
It doesn't.
Well, it just says disabled. It doesn't say 100% in here, which is why.
The ordinance was 100, right, Mr. Bishop?
No, we're not addressing anything on the veterans' discount rate for a piece of personal property.
Yeah, this is a transfer and things like that, having to do with taxes. This is the VL fee.
Okay, so we're just doing this section.
We're just doing the VL fee.
Can you, Mr. Bassoon, maybe you and Mr. Parton could repeat for us, it's in our packet, but the estimated budget impact is $107,000 for the vehicle license for only vehicles operated and $21,000 for transfers.
That is correct.
And the transfer is, I think, what we all on the board agreed was fair. If I have a car, I pay my vehicle license, and then I trade that car in, I shouldn't have to pay a full vehicle license because the vehicle license is for a year.
That is correct.
So that's kind of what we believed was fair. The other one is the car that I have in the garage that has been in the garage so long I consider it parts. It doesn't sit on the road, it doesn't get on the road, but since it was at one point in time a car, I still get taxed for it. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that's the two issues we really have for all of those who are here or still here. Thank you, sir.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and open up our public hearing. If you have a comment on these proposed changes, please come forward. The rules of public hearings that we just endured will also apply to this public hearing, and public hearing is now open. If you'd like to speak, please come forward. Anyone? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close that public hearing. Yep. And we'll entertain any motion or discussion necessary to move this along or to not.
Is there a way, I know the $107,000 impact may seem a bit hard to bear in one shot, is there a way to phase that in and maybe it's 50% now and 50% next year? Can you do that, Mr. Bassoon?
We already went down that path.
It's been advertised as such.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we amend Article 5, Section 103 of the Code of Caroline County Vehicle License Tax as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt as presented. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries.
On behalf of the citizens of Caroline, thank you, Board, for looking into that and making that change for the citizens.
Before you go, when does that take effect? January 1st?
1. That'll be applied for next year.
Thank you.
This did not, just to clarify, this did not adjust the personal property tax rate, correct?
No.
Just making sure, because it's in the packet. All right. Next item would be our item number 6, review of Department of Fire and Rescue Apparatus Marking Guide. Chief Loftus?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm here to answer any questions. I believe this was a board topic last month, not something that originated from the department.
Okay. Mr. Seeley?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have been approached by several members of various volunteer fire stations to readdress the marking for volunteers. It's not there is no cost in putting the name of the volunteer fire department on the front door and the actual county logo and name on the second door. I think for pride of station and for volunteerism, I think it's the least we can do for those folks that volunteer, and some of them volunteer a tremendous amount of time. We've heard from volunteers during the award banquets that volunteer well over 1,500 hours a year. And I think this is a very small thing that we can show as our appreciation for the time that they spend and the service that they provide to everybody in the county. They've asked repeatedly for us to revisit this. It's really got no cost, and I think it gives station pride, and I would like to just see us change the policy for the volunteers, that we actually put the volunteer name on the front door and the county name on the second door with the county seal, and at least give them that as something for volunteering and the time they spend in the county.
Mr. Seeley, would that be a choice of the department?
No, right now it's policy. They don't have a choice.
Right. So you want to add choice?
I would like to give all the departments a choice of that.
All right. Because
Mr. Chairman, can I comment?
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah. I think a little over a year ago we went through this and agreed that this is what we would do as a county, that we would have the county markings, and that's why we passed this ordinance, to ensure some uniformity. I just have a concern that here we are now changing a policy that we just enacted I think it's a little bit less than a year ago. So that's my concern. I do understand that we do have our volunteer services, and we couldn't pay them for the amount of service that they give to the county. I'm just concerned that we're waffling back. I know no one from Frog Level is sitting. As a matter of fact, I talked to them at the Frog Level parade, and they were pretty much satisfied with the resolution. So I'm just surprised that we're back here now. And I'd like to hear from the chiefs of each of the fire stations to ensure that this is just, we're not doing this because one person's disagreeing. When the fire truck pulls up or the EMS pulls up, says Caroline County, I don't think the people look on the side and say, where did it come from? They want the service and the help at that moment. And that's what we talked about, that's what we agreed to. And I just can't believe we just go back and change it because someone complained. I think it was well thought of and discussed at that time.
I don't think at our meeting with all the chiefs, that was brought up by a couple of chiefs, and actually Chief Hooley is here tonight, as is the leadership from Bowling Green, and I welcome Chief Hooley to come on down and actually talk about this.
Ms. Long has a question.
Well, I have a statement, but the chief certainly can speak first.
Chief Hooley, I will ask, just be as concise as you can.
Are there any questions that you guys specifically had for me, or?
I'd like you to just talk about the other stations around the region that actually do have what their new policies are.
I mean, the county fire chief should know that pride and tradition goes very deep into the roots of the fire service. So, I mean, it's a big factor for me to be labeled as Bowling Green Volunteer Fire Department. Why? Because we're labeled through the State Corporation Commission as that agency. Yes, we fall under the county of Caroline, and we also fall under the town of Bowling Green. So each agency, I mean, they do their own filings to the State Corporation Commission, but we are our own independent agency, which, yes, we do utilize Caroline County for the fire, or I should say for the EMS license specifically. But I have 45 members that are on the books, and to just sit back and not stand up for that department that started fire and rescue in this county, I can't sit there and do that. I've given 10 years of dedication to that department myself. I mean, I can't tell you, I mean, we probably have close to 10,000 hours over the last 2 years with 3 members sitting here. They don't get paid for that. They miss meals with their family. And I mean, it's the least that the board could look back into that. Yes, we didn't get the apparatus that we brought up to the board last year. I mean, our hands are pretty much tied when it comes down to situations like this. The last thing that you guys voted on with the training simulators, I mean, I don't see a need with that one either, not to change the topic, but there's 3 surrounding jurisdictions that have that. So I think the board needs to look at, you know, not only it's a combination department, can the county support running off all volunteers at this time to answer calls? So on behalf of Bowling Green, it's the least that we could do is to stand up in front of the board and ask that you guys give us a little pride and tradition for our department that started Caroline County Fire and Rescue. Thank you.
Did you say there was another chief?
I thought there was one more.
Mr. Black, Mr. Thomas?
I thought.
Actually, just come on up to the mic.
My name's Walter Carter. I'm a member of Sparta. I've got 20 years as a volunteer. And to take the name off the door of the truck is just a slap in the face. I understand Caroline pays for them. Yes. But we put our blood, sweat, and tears into maintaining and fighting fires and taking care of the community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. Mr. Boran?
Yes, sir. Mr. Black?
Can I, Chief Loftus, I got a couple of questions for you. Chief Hooley put in our packet, he mentioned in this packet the Ladysmith. He mentioned different surrounding counties, but he also mentioned Ladysmith. We passed this policy last year, and I'm just kind of curious, has Ladysmith done something that's against the policy? I mean, because he references Ladysmith in here as putting some sort of symbol or something on their side door, and I'm wondering if Ladysmith has done something.
No, Ladysmith did not do anything against the policy. I allowed Ladysmith to place a squad patch. I have a copy of that patch. It just says Caroline County, Ladysmith, Virginia. And that was really done to kind of promote that truck when it came here to Caroline. In the same token, I did the same thing for Bowling Green. Bowling Green on this new truck that will be here very soon. We go tomorrow to inspect that. They have a mud flap going across the whole back of the truck that says Bowling Green with the number 1 in it. So while the policy doesn't expressly say those can't be done, so there was nothing in violation of that policy, those to me seemed reasonable for each of the agencies to do on the truck. So there was accommodation on both ends.
Now, you have You have, I mean, we met last year, we did this, I mean, we met with all the fire stations and so forth last year, and this is what basically part of the issues when we set policies. The board sat down with everyone, right? And all the chiefs were there, correct?
Correct.
Do you have meetings with the volunteers on a monthly basis?
Correct.
You do. Is this request coming from, I know we have 6 stations
Correct.
in the county. Is this request coming from 6 stations, 5 stations, 4 stations, 1 station?
This request did not come to me. This request came to the board.
This request has been discussed for a year. You and I have discussed this before, and you said it's a policy. We've had this discussion. I'm simply asking, and this was in the back of an addendum. Let's get all the fire chiefs back here and ask them, because I will tell you to a T that most of the ones that I've talked to would like to put it back on, but haven't pushed the ball because they said they've already been told that it's policy and it's in the policy manual.
The board voted policy.
And I think we have an opportunity to fix it.
Ms. Long?
Chief, if the policy was agreed upon last year, we reviewed it again, but it was also done before that.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a fairly close relationship with the Port Royal and Upper Carolina Fire Department. Respect all those guys. Respect all our volunteers, utmost, because they do it because it's in their heart. We allowed Lady Smith to purchase their own rescue squad and have their own decorum and striping there. I would assume if another department wanted to do the same thing, do fundraising, so they could have their patch up front or wherever they wanted, that would be allowed. I spoke just recently to a captain and said, why is this coming up again? And I just plain said, and this is nothing personal, but I'm a mother and I don't like kids arguing. But I said, why is this coming up again? This is a policy everybody sat down and they made together. It's going to cost us money if we try to change. It seems to be coming primarily from one area, and I don't care what your number is. All our volunteers are treated equally and should be. The policy was agreed upon. Just because you want to move a sticker 2 feet to the front or 2 feet to the back, taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for that. It was agreed upon by all the captains and staff, and that's how it needs to stay. If you want to design your own truck, do your fundraising and have your own truck. And that's just how I feel about it. I'm not going to pick a favorite on fire departments because every single one of you are needed. Thank you.
So I guess you're saying if they're willing to pay for the lettering on the front door and it doesn't cost the taxpayer anything, they should be able to do it.
If they're willing to pay for the lettering on every vehicle in the county, I would be willing to look at the policy again. But I'm not going to pick a favorite child out of my 6. The other 5 agreed on a policy. The rest of them need to follow along. All 6 agreed.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things, I guess, and I'm a numbers guy, I like looking at numbers, and I talked to actually the chief, and I asked him, we've had it's crossed, it's not just in Carolina, it's talking to board members in Spotsylvania, King George. Over the past 10 years, there's been a decline in volunteership. There has. I mean, standards have gotten tougher on the volunteers, no question. We even implemented, 4 years ago, a stipend plan for volunteers, where if the volunteers came out, we would actually, and volunteers aren't there for a stipend, but we offered it. And even with that stipend, the numbers I saw, the hours, the amount of money that the volunteers are claiming is going down. And so I asked the chief, I said, how many volunteers do we have on the books? And the answer was 198. And of that 19% are in Bowling Green. And then there was a thing that said basically how many active volunteers we have. And active volunteers, I clarified that with them today. If you're served 1 hour in Ladysmith Station, if you served 1 hour in Bowling Green Station, you were considered active. 1 hour in the month. Could be 25, could be 40. 1 hour, you consider active. Again, Bowling Green was about 18% of the active. My concern here is this, and I've talked to, when this came to the board packet, I talked to the chiefs in Ladysmith, because Ladysmith's first into Lake Landor and Lake Caroline. Ladysmith wants to continue with the policy we have now. And my concern is, if I had 6 chiefs coming from 6 different fire stations saying, hey, we need to change this policy, it would be a different tune. But we sat down last year with everyone. And this was the policy that was set by many of the volunteer chiefs to begin with. I got to be honest with you, if I'm calling 911 from Lake Landor and I'm having a heart attack or I'm having something, I know there's pride, I understand it. I get it. But I need someone to help me. And it shouldn't be the sticker, the pride, and Ms. Long said this last year, the pride should be in the fact that you are helping a citizen who is in need. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
I'm still going to, I've talked to my volunteers. Sparta chief isn't here. You heard from one of the Sparta volunteers, 20-year member. They would like to see their name. I mean, it's their name on the front door. They're willing to pay for it. The truck that they're ordering isn't even got a letter, doesn't even have lettering on it yet.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're going tomorrow to figure out lettering.
No, sir, that truck is completed. We're going tomorrow to do the final inspection. That truck's done. Truck's done.
But they could pay to have it redone if they had the money to do it. No, I'm not painting the truck red, green. I'm painting
Certainly, can it be done?
lettering.
Certainly. And just to clarify, Sparta's truck is a 2008 truck. It has Caroline County on the front door and Sparta up high on the back door, and that's been that way since 2008. And that was one of the first trucks that the county purchased, and that's the model we used moving forward. So that's been in place for a very long time. Their name is on the truck. That was long before the board had
The
hired a
truck
fire
we're
chief.
taking out of service that this is replacing, where's the names?
They're on the front door.
On the front door. I'm listening to 2 different volunteer organizations in my district that would like to see their names on the front doors. They're willing to pay for it. I just can't believe that if they're willing to pay for it, we're going to say, we have a policy, they can't do that. I'll make a motion that we allow the volunteer fire departments to actually put their names on the front door at their cost. If it dies, it dies.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Chief, one quick question. All of the equipment we're talking about has at least 2 doors in the front?
4 doors.
Well, 2 on each side.
2 on each side, correct.
Okay. So every unit has the opportunity to have their name on the front of the truck on the second door.
Correct.
So the pride of being a volunteer for whatever unit is displayed right there.
Correct.
But what we're discussing is whether it should be on the first door or the second door.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat.
I'll second, just to put it to a vote. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of, how did you word it?
Lettering on the front, the volunteer.
Allowing lettering at their own cost
On the front door.
on the front door. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Here's that the nays have it. Motion is defeated. Moving on. Item number 9, discussion of the proposed resolution reaffirming the Caroline County Board of Supervisors' commitment to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights, including the Second Amendment. And I'm going to pass out 2 additional resolutions for consideration.
You're going to label them?
Hold this.
Just make sure you do them all the same.
Yeah. All right, there's ones that have a 1, and the one that doesn't have a 1 is a 2. Sufficient. Now, there are two separate ones.
Passing the ones down.
Yeah, take a 1 and then take a 1 that doesn't have a 1 at the top. Okay, that was, Pam inserted that for humor. Y'all would take a minute to review those. I know these are new to most, if not all, on the board. You've already seen the 1, correct?
Well, they had a 2. You got to tell Mr. Emerson what he had 2.
And for the board's reference, the one without a 1 at the top was written by Mr. Emerson. So it's our past legal muster. That's not wisely.
You want to read these, Clay? You want to start with number 2? At least let everybody in the audience hear what number 2 says, since there seems to be a consensus moving that way. We will give the chairman 1 second. He's trying to look at it also. The nice thing about this one, it does talk about not the use of county funds for.
Yeah.
That's what the.
That's everybody agreed upon.
Right.
So which one was
It's number 2.
Sure. All right, this is a resolution that we're considering in light of the eloquently stated feedback. Whereas the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution reads, quote, "A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." And whereas Article 1, Section 13 of the Constitution of Virginia provides that a well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people, trained to arms, is the proper, natural, and safe defense of a free state. Therefore, the right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed.
To keep and bear arms.
To keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That standing armies in times of peace should be avoided as dangerous to liberty. and that in all cases the military should be under strict subordination to and governed by the civil power. And whereas legislation considered at the state and federal levels potentially could have the effect of infringing on the rights of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms as guaranteed by the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution. And whereas the Caroline County Board of Supervisors wishes to oppose the passage of any bill containing language that would unlawfully infringe the rights of citizens of Caroline County to keep and bear arms, or unconstitutionally restrict the Second Amendment rights of the citizens of Caroline County. And whereas the County of Caroline Board of Supervisors wishes to express its deep commitment to the constitutional rights of all citizens of Caroline County to keep and bear arms. Turn your mic off if you don't mind. And whereas the Caroline County Board of Supervisors wishes to express its opposition to any law that would unconstitutionally restrict the rights of the citizens of Caroline County to bear arms under the Second Amendment. And whereas the Caroline County Board of Supervisors wishes to express its intent to oppose, within the limits of the Constitution of the United States and the Commonwealth of Virginia, any efforts to unconstitutionally restrict such rights, and to use reasonable legal means at its disposal to protect the constitutional rights of the citizens to keep and bear arms, including its power to not appropriate public funds to violate such rights, and its recognition of citizens' rights to petition for redress of grievances. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors of Caroline County, Virginia, that the Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its intent to uphold the Second Amendment rights of the citizens of Caroline County, and its intent that public funds of the county not be used to unlawfully restrict Second Amendment rights or to aid in an unnecessary and unconstitutional restriction of the rights under the Second Amendment of the citizens of Caroline County to bear arms, and that the Board of Supervisors hereby declares its intent to oppose unconstitutional restrictions on the right to keep and bear arms through such reasonable means as may be approved by the Board of Supervisors hereafter, and that the Board of Supervisors hereby declares Caroline County, Virginia a Second Amendment sanctuary. End of resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2 as written by our legal counsel, resolution of Caroline County Board of Supervisors, as read by yourself.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Black?
I'd like to start off, and like I said, I appreciate everyone coming out. The first resolution, Harry Truman, I'm actually a U.S. history teacher, so I really appreciate all of the references to the Founding Fathers and the Declaration. The first resolution, Harry Truman said the buck stops here. And the first resolution that was in your packet was the one that I was really pushing for. So, and the reason being is that, when this came up, Powhatan County, we looked at different resolutions, and this resolution came out of Powhatan County. So on the map of all the different places that are sanctuary, this is Powhatan County's resolution. And Powhatan County is considered 2A. The reason why I liked it, the one that we, and I heard you guys loud and clear tonight, but the reason why I liked it is because some of these bills that are proposed in front of the legislature not only affect your Second Amendment, but they also affect your First Amendment, right to assembly. They affect your Fourth Amendment, searches and seizures, and your Fifth Amendment due process. So I wasn't trying to make a milquetoast resolution. What I was trying to do is understand that these proposed bills don't just affect the Second Amendment. And that's what I was trying to get at. Now, I heard you loud and clear, but I want people to understand if you have a complaint or why that resolution was in the packet, don't call the other board members, you can call me. Years ago, we had a vote here in Caroline. It was rifle hunting. I don't know if you guys remember that. Rifle hunting was brought up here in Caroline. There's 2 members on this board that weren't here. I did vote in favor of rifle hunting, so I don't want people to think that I'm anti-gun. That's not the point. I like to look at data, look at information, and I like to explain why I make a vote. So the reason why I was in favor of Powhatan's, which is considered a 2A sanctuary originally, was simply because of the fact that it covered several amendments. So that's the big thing. And by the way, The Ruritan Club in Ladysmith, they have a turkey shoot every day. So if you guys want to come out and shoot your guns, it's a fundraiser for them. Come on out. We'll take your business. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Underwood?
I just wanted to say that I read the first resolution as well, and as many of you have stated, we do take our oath quite seriously. And I don't want to do anything that makes me a liar. I don't want to say I'm going to uphold the Constitution if I can't. I don't want to sit before you today and say I'm going to do X and then take my oath on Thursday when I know I'm not telling the truth. I felt that we needed some leadway. I agree with that. Everywhere I go, I take a 9mm that shoots 19 times, which makes mine illegal as well. You go to my home, there are probably 7 guns in the house. So I understand. I want to be able to fight our fight. It's our fight as citizens of the Commonwealth and citizens of this great United States. This is our fight to win. And the only way that we're going to win it is to show up like we did tonight and make sure that those folks that we elected, just like you elected us, they hear your voice. It's not about tearing down. It's about building up. As I told Sheriff Lippa earlier, anytime there's a need for violence, we're doing something wrong in this country. We're doing something wrong. The power of the vote is what makes us great. The ability to enforce that vote makes us even greater. So I do appreciate everybody's comment. I want you to think about how you want us to react when a group comes in with something that you do not agree with, and there's 500 or 700. So we want to make sure that we do it right, and that's my concern. I want to make sure we do it right and that I speak for you in the manner that you want us to speak with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, sir. And we probably should. And I appreciate all those who came out and for them expressing their opinions. And opinions are basically formed by your perspective, so I think I need to share mine. And I'm going to first state that I am a gun owner. I believe in the right to keep and bear arms. I believe in the right to protect your home and family. I believe in hunting, the family traditions that come from hunting, and of course, during deer season, I enjoy the fruits of hunters' labors. I also own a shotgun that was used for hunting that I first fired when I was 15 years old. It was a little while ago, to say the least. But I've also seen the other side of gun use, and I need to share that because I personally know the pain of gun violence. I lost one of my best friends in college because he was murdered during a robbery. I've even had the unwanted experience, hopefully none of you had, of actually being shot at after an argument. So I think we all need to agree that the current laws could be and should be enforced better. We agree that people that should not have guns, felons, the mentally unstable, shouldn't be able to get guns. And during my constituent meeting, which quite a few of you were at, we had a spirited discussion about this. And while we agree that whatever resolution we pass here is not legally binding in Richmond because they basically outrank us, there was a need to send a message to Richmond in favor of our hunters and our legal gun owners. Now, the county has never created well, I'll say at least in the last 50 years, the county has not sent any resolution to Richmond for any issue that is controlled by the state or the federal government. We did not send a sanctuary city resolution, a voting rights resolution, an ERA resolution, or a statement on any issue like that. So obviously, this has been a very big issue. Now, I support hunters again and count myself among the legal gun owners. But we all must agree that we need to help eliminate gun violence. And while we say it's not my issue, we all need to do something because things we thought would never happen are actually coming closer to home. So I supported the first resolution, and I told some people today, of course, I would support that because I thought that was the place where we could all start together. We're sending a message to Richmond. We're telling them that we support our hunters and our legal gun owners. Of course, we're not going to do anything unconstitutional because we all have sworn to uphold the Constitution. So my point is, I like the first resolution. I wish we could get 500 people or 600 people to come out when we talk about voting rights or other issues. That's what we're all in this together, which is really the reality. We the people is us. And we can stop gun violence or at least help stop some of it while we have hunters and legal gun owners that do whatever. We can if we all work together. That's why I'm again saying I supported the resolution in the packet because, as I said to the folks out there, if we start at this point, we can work together. So that's my comments. And as I said, so help me God.
Ms. Long? Ms. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to point out a couple of things. I love the gentleman who said, you know, here we're not Republican, Democrat, I'm red, white, and blue. And that's it. I know a lot of Democrats that own guns. And there's probably several of you out there that hunt. Yeah, please this one here. But I did call my representative and said, how do we help you down in Richmond? I can send a resolution, but what do we need? She said, I need the citizens. She said, they have to watch the bills that are coming up. They need to pay attention to who is the chairman of the committee that bill is sent to. They need to write. They need to call. Just having counties do it, it's not the same as having thousands of letters or phone calls or emails popped in front of them. Do not stop here. We can't do this. We're little compared to Richmond. You have got to support your representatives. We did our job here in Caroline. We've got 3 Second Amendment representatives. And there is compromise to be made and votes that will be swayed, but they have to hear from you. And you can be reactive after something happens, or you can be proactive. Do you know Caroline County had a 40% turnout on voting? Shame on us. How many of you have friends that are in areas where they changed leadership? Did you even think about looking to see who they were voting for or try to advise them? So don't let this wonderful turnout tonight stop here, because the fight and the drive has just begun. Thank you very much for all your input. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Mr. Seeley?
I again want to thank everybody for coming in. Let me point out a few things that we didn't hit tonight. I had a constituent bring me, as most of you know what these are, this is a barrel extension. This is what they call a suppressor, which actually relieves the gases so that the recoil on the gun isn't so bad. But a brake. These would be illegal with many of the bills that we now have before the General Assembly. Just owning these will be illegal. Many folks own them, have them for various reasons. There's nothing illegal, there's nothing illicit about them, or they don't do anything to a gun that's wrong. But there are many things in the bills that are hidden that people haven't read them word by word, and there's a lot of them. There's 16 bills that I'm aware of. There may actually be 18. Those bills, there are many legislative maneuvers that can be done to make those bills be poison pills for the General Assembly that can be voted, that force them into votes or force them not to vote, and gives the governor a lot of leeway. Way more than most of us realize. We all need to show up in Richmond. We need to show up in force, and we need to show up. I love the blaze orange shirt, the blaze orange hats. They send a message. They're a visual cue to how many people are there. It sends a message to legislators that, you know what, they all do mean business. But I have to agree with Mrs. Long. We all need to be down there, and we need to show up, and we need to be at the hearings. They may not let you speak. They can limit the time to 15 minutes for one whole side of the conversation, but being in the room makes a difference. I encourage everybody to come and everybody to go to Richmond and be present. You may not be able to go every day, but there are folks here that could spend way more time than some of us could spend down there. And if you have 30 people from Caroline County come and 30 people from every other county around Richmond, that's a lot of people. I saw it for hunters in 2013 and 14. There were some regulations people didn't like. I went down. I was surprised at the blaze orange that was there. They do respond. We do need to make our presence known, and we do need to be vigilant with this. It's not a left or a right thing. It's a rights thing. We all have a right. We all want to protect ourselves. And we live in a rural community, as many people said. The sheriff can't be everywhere. There's not a deputy at the end of everybody's driveway. We need to be a little self-reliant. I just encourage everybody to spend some time at Richmond. I've talked to Senator McDougal. I've talked to Delegate Ranson. I've talked to Delegate Fowler and Delegate Orrick. They need our presence to make a difference. Remember, these things become illegal in some of those bills, and so do some other things that people don't realize. And we won't realize, as we've heard before, you won't know what's in the bill until we pass the bill, and you can read the bill. Well, that's too late. So, again, I'm glad we're sending a resolution to Richmond. It does give the legislators something to stand on, but they need our presence as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. I had 3 pages of notes. Some of the speeches tonight were much more eloquent than what I could say. I will just add that since there was man and woman, we've been imperfect. Throughout recorded history, there have been individuals that have sought to rule over and control the lives of others. Our books are filled with stories of kings, emperors, earthly gods, wars, misery, and tyranny. As a species, we have consistently and reliably demonstrated the capacity of man to be heinous and a willing participant in the most unspeakable of cruelties. The founding fathers of the United States were educated about tyranny and about this type of madness. They had suffered under the heel of a king that answered to nobody. The Bill of Rights was a compromise between those that sought the protection that only a centralized government could offer and those that felt that a centralized government could eventually, given the thousands of years of history of man, be corrupted and become exactly what they'd all once feared. The separation of powers within our government, the frequent election of representatives, the Constitution itself, which restricts the government, are the primary checks and balances to ensure tyranny didn't ruin this country that they had all risked their lives to create. The final and last resort against tyranny that they inserted into our documents was the Second Amendment. Our times are different, but man is still man and still capable of the most wonderful and the most unthinkable things. One gentleman spoke about how we are very naive in this country. I haven't been to the places that he's been, but I've seen a relative sampling of what he has seen. And he's right. We have it great here. We don't live in a utopia. There's no utopia that exists in this world. We never have, we never will. When we only had sticks and stones, we still had murder, jealousy, greed, and aggression. We found a way to do what we wanted. We now have gangs, cartels, religious zealots, and those willing to seek power and fortune at gunpoint. We've been unsuccessful at keeping dangerous drugs from our children and even those that are locked behind walls and bars. We have collectively failed our children and instead chosen to be protectors instead of guides, removing their ability to develop coping skills, mechanisms to problems, to solve their own problems, and in short, to be resilient. If you speak to anyone in education, I look at our superintendent, raising resilient children is one of the major goals. I believe in maintaining a gun-friendly interpretation of the Second Amendment, and that it is the last resort against tyranny, that it is the most critical. I do not believe this last election was a referendum on gun control or an endorsement of the kinds of limits that are proposed now. I do think that these proposed laws, and there are many out there that wish to scapegoat firearms as the greatest evil of our time, and they are being naive. The same societal problems that have tripled the suicide rate of children 10 to 14 in the last 10 years are the same ones that have caused over 42,000 overdose deaths of young people every year, are the same ones causing mental illness in 1 in 5 of our children, are the same ones that devalue human life enough that cause young men, specifically men, with their entire lives ahead of them, to want to end the lives of people they don't even know with regularity. That is the issue. Guns are just a symptom, and the gun violence is just a symptom. As my colleagues have said, we all have responsibility. Some is a little larger than others. This resolution tonight is a piece of that, but it's just a piece to fight off the restrictions on gun ownership and against the opportunity for tyranny to take hold in the future. But there's so much work to do. As I spoke to someone recently, who's going to be the one that steps forward and says that we're doing a poor job raising our children? Because that person is going to be hated by over 50 million people in the United States alone. But it's truth. And it's needed. And I just don't know who's going to step up and who can actually turn this ship, because where we're going is a very dark place with more of the BS that we've seen the last few years. It's unfortunate to say, but I'm a realist. And I got 4 children that I'm trying to make as resilient as humanly possible so they can endure through this next period. So, that's all I got to say about that. Thank you for paying attention. All right, with that, that's been our discussion. We have a motion and a second, if I recall correctly. All those in favor of passing the resolution as I spoke to earlier, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I have to vote no since that's not the resolution I said I would vote for.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote on that resolution that I spoke about. Let's see. There's resolution 2 composed by Mr. Emerson.
I just said nay. Everybody else can say yes.
Okay.
I was the sole dissenter.
All right, sole dissenter. Okay. So the motion does carry. The resolution is passed. We have one item to go. You're welcome to stay for our last item, which is a lively discussion on parking regulations. We will give you a couple minutes to clear out. Y'all drive safely in the bad weather.
did. You had an excellent speech. You had an excellent speech. Thank you, Sheriff. You take care. God bless you, sir.
Just want to say I appreciate you. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, well, that was fine. Have a good one, Sheriff.
Mr. Cully, where'd you go?
I'll see you guys at the gala. First dance.
Mr. Cully. I don't know. All right, we'll go ahead and move forward. Item number 10, request for the General Assembly support for legislation granting Caroline County the authority to impose additional parking regulations.
Sheriff Lipper, would you step forward and help us with this particular issue? This is an issue that I'd asked Mr. Parton to put on the agenda. I was waiting for them to finish their meeting. Waiting for them. I'm waiting for Jeff and Clay to finish their meeting.
Ready?
I guess. We were waiting for you and Mr. Seals.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We were arguing.
You got
quietly.
You done this? I mean, it's really quick. We were trying to do a parking fix in Belmont last year, and the board had decided to ask Richmond to do it, but somehow our application didn't get down to Richmond, so we didn't make it happen. The sheriff wanted me to present that to the board this year so that we could just correct the parking issues in the Belmont subdivision. But he's informed me yesterday that we cannot do just one particular subdivision, but we have to do the entire county.
That is correct.
Okay, can you elaborate a little bit more on how that happened?
Well, you know, we tried to mirror Hanover's, and I brought my whole thick packet that had all of the information of what we would need to do, but it would have to be for the whole county. It couldn't just be the trucks in Belmont. It couldn't, that would go throughout the whole county. Some of them have, again, curbing and everything. We look at all of our other subdivisions, they don't have it. We can still enforce state law, and again, we have the county ordinances to do that. It's just when it comes to parking on public roads. See, that's where all this is. Now, there are some good sections in Hanover's in case we want to look at it, which would give the county administrator some leverage there for county property and everything. So, but as far as Belmont's concerned, they went from an HOA or POA to where they had VDOT come in and take the roads over. You see the problem we have on Omaha because, again, it's not owned by the county. It's not owned by the state. It's owned, I think, by the bank that's in between there. And we can take care of those vehicles that park by the state roads that then create a hazard. But we have all that other parking in between that we can't do.
So, in that particular, using Omaha as the example, they're parking outside of the right-of-way, or are they parking inside the right-of-way?
No, they are parking on a piece of property that's owned by the bank to which we cannot control anyway.
Right.
They're on what appears to be a public street, but the street hasn't necessarily been turned over to VDOT yet to make it a public street. So the real issue was we wanted to get, or they, the HOA, with my help, wanted to get tractor trailers out of the actual Belmont subdivision where they were a danger to all the children playing.
Yeah.
So we thought moving them all to Omaha would be a safe haven. However, it appears that everyone transporting from Florida to Maine knows about it, and they decide to stop and park there overnight. So that's where all the trucks are now, and we would have to do some other things to try to enforce that. But our real issue was inside the Belmont subdivision to try to do things to help them with parking. But as of this year, the sheriff has just explained, we cannot do or create an ordinance specifically for one area.
Okay. So the next step, just as we have something similar on Durrett, where a tractor trailer or two is parked off to the side of Durrett, but actually parked on developer-owned property.
Private road.
It's private property. It's a 30-foot right-of-way, I think, Durrett. But they're three-quarters of the way onto this developer-owned property. The problem is the developer doesn't really exert any ownership or care over that, and they have to be convinced from time to time to go and mark those vehicles, have them park elsewhere.
Yeah.
It sounds like the same situation that you have on Omaha.
It's similar, and that was our intent, because I think you and I had discussed it last go-round. You had a problem, I had a problem. This would have, solved those problems if we could specify two different areas. But it appears the sheriff is saying we cannot specify two different areas based on Hanover.
For what Hanover has gone through for those same code sections.
Doesn't sound like it's going anywhere. So at this point, what do we this is just dies on the vine, or?
If the board wants to do the whole county to create a parking ordinance for the whole county, that's the only other option we would have. We can still ask the state if you'd like to consider the whole county. I thought it would be a good idea to at least ask the state, and then the board could debate it some more to see if they wanted to do it. Maybe not be a good idea, Mr. Cohen.
My understanding is, and Ben's not here, but I don't know what Chris Wade, you know about. All we were asking is to be added to legislation that allows the board to then adopt whether you want to do it or not. Currently, we don't have any authority.
Right.
And so it's one of those things that you get added to the ability to adopt additional parking regulations that we don't have today. If the General Assembly actually gave you the authority, you'd still have to come back and adopt some sort of ordinance going through public hearing.
And
that was my understanding.
I'm somewhat familiar with that statute, and Mr. Cully is correct. It's one of the statutes, I'm sure you've seen it, where it lists individual localities. And the idea is to have it amended to have Caroline County be on that list.
And that's what we were trying to do last year when someone was doing that. The only issue is we were, for whatever reason, our total request didn't get to Richmond in time, so we were scrambling around and it didn't make it. maybe it is best if we ask for permission and get on that list, and then the board could decide whether to do it or not. We would have that opportunity later on. So Mr. Forehand's got a problem, I've got a problem, maybe another supervisor will have a problem, and we get, a little more that might decide to.
Well, my problem can be solved if the developer cared. Thing is, they're the only ones that are standing to get rid of these trucks.
Yeah, see, my problem is not going to be solved by a developer.
Right. They're both corporate owned, so, and neither one really give a rat's behind.
That was close, wasn't it? It's late, slip out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
given that situation, Sheriff, do you see where a county ordinance would even apply? Because it's private property at that point.
Well, you're right. I think you have to go 2 steps. If you wanted to go to Richmond to see if the General Assembly would put it in under that code section that we're talking about that will allow you for a county ordinance, we would be the smallest of all the counties. Hanover, they made that exception, but it is county-wide. See, that's the dilemma that we're going to have, because if we apply it there we get the code that says, all right, we're going to do it, you're going to come up with your ordinance. Well, then it's going to affect everyone else in the rural parts and everything else, to even where you're parking in the wrong direction. So you have to get through Richmond, first of all, for them to add you. And then if you are added to it, then we've got to come up with the county ordinance that I know all of us have been working on for over a decade, and to make sure that everyone wants to do that. My whole thing in this was dealing with, I need parking tickets if you're going to do it. We need to do something for the enforcement part. Remember? So that's all of the stuff that you have to carry. So you guys have, as the board, just have to decide whether you want to make it countywide.
Well, we can get permission from the state, because we were being added to other things, and permission from the state is in perpetuity. We get that.
Yeah, but it's
forever.
not a request. You've got to draft a bill.
No, we were added to other bills. Is
No,
that
no,
right,
no.
Mr. Barton?
Yeah, but somebody's got to have a bill in, and
We had it done, but Mr. Fowler didn't do it. We had three people that were ready to do it.
But I think you're going to have what ordinance you want to create. So at least that's what I
No,
think.
we were just, Mr. Barton, do you have, you sent me what we had before, and that was just to be added to existing legislation.
Somebody's asked for a unanimous resolution.
We don't have to.
we're going to have to vote on something.
We would have to vote right now to ask the state for permission. If they say yes, we get on the list of counties.
Yeah, but we're
Then
not.
we have to vote again
I understand
to say
all
the whole
that.
county does
I've
it.
heard, but we've got to then come up with parking tickets. We're going to have to figure out how we're going to enforce those. That all comes back to us.
But the reality is that we would have state permission. It could be 10 years from now.
We're not even. We don't even crack the 100,000 population.
It could be 10 years from now.
No,
It could
no,
be 20
no.
years
I
from
mean,
now. That's the
talking about
point.
just getting in the code. We don't crack 100. I've sat through a bunch of those hearings, and I've heard them say, "What's the population?" And you tell them 30,000, there's no way.
No, we had somebody to actually, the sponsor of the bill last year said, I will add Caroline. Because he was adding somebody else.
I was down there. Nobody said that they would add us.
Mr. Parton, you had
I was there. I was down there.
What was relayed to us is they wanted the unanimous consent of the whole board, and we didn't have that at that particular time. All we had was that you had voted to ask that the General Assembly do that. Staff screwed up and didn't get that to any of our delegates in time.
Right.
So once the General Assembly started, then Eldon James worked around trying to find some bill to add us to on a rider, and that's where it fell apart. He did, but it fell apart because our 3 delegates that represent Caroline wanted a unanimous consent of the whole board, which we did not have at that time.
Well, Ryan McDougal had said, yes, it was okay. And I believe Ms. Ransom said it was okay. But I was communicating with my delegate, and he stopped communicating, and we lost track of our last one we needed. So I don't think it would be that hard. And you know, it's like the rights we want to get the right to do something. Whether we do it now or 10 years from now or somewhere else from now, we have permission. You know, the Dillon rule says you can't do anything until you get their permission.
What we're asking permission for is for something we can't even enforce now because it's private property. It's going to be a tremendous amount of work. And as soon as we get it, we're going to go, oh, okay, now we can do that. Let's go through the whole. I just don't see imposing that on a whole county right now. For two areas, we need to work on those landowners and go, what are you going to do about this? It's a problem.
So what you're saying is you don't think it's a good idea to make an effort for something that has no effect?
Correct. It does have an effect. It affects the whole county.
You want to go back to any of these agenda items?
Why?
Today?
Why?
Because it's the same thing we just talked about.
No, I don't see it the same way.
Okay. There are.
But Mr. Foran, to answer your question, the tractor trailers that's parked up there near Ladysmith Village off of Durrett, the tractor trailers parked on Omaha, it's on private property. There's not a thing we can do with that. Only if they...
A street that hasn't been turned over to VDOT, still privately owned, and the developer technically is boss and can say, I don't want that parked on my street.
And then they have to have it towed.
Will he turn it over to VDOT?
Say again?
Will that developer eventually turn that over to VDOT?
Eventually. I think that's all their plants. They don't want to maintain it. So that's why they build them to VDOT spec.
Can I ask a question? Maybe I'm a little bit lost.
You want to ask a second question? Go ahead.
So if you're like what you're talking about, Ladysmith Village, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about, so if someone's going up Ladysmith Village going 80 miles an hour, he can issue a ticket, correct?
Correct. Because they're actually on the roadway at that point.
So you're saying that if the tractor trailer parks in Omaha, he can't issue the ticket?
Because he's parked on private property. He's parked on bank-owned, corporate-owned property.
And
He's
it's
not parked in the middle of the road.
And it's not creating a hazard. It's just there.
True.
And it's nobody owns the road. That's what you have on Omaha, because the county doesn't own the road, the state hasn't taken it all over. That part, if you look at Belmont, we did help them, because the part that is state maintained, we put up all those no parking signs and tow-away signs.
We've done some things for Terrence.
So we have. And again, from where you are in Lake Landor and Ladysmith Village, you do have your own bylaws, and you can enforce it that way.
His hands are tied to solve my problem. I think he's tied to solve yours. Even if we had the authority, it's still... Yeah.
No, we don't need it.
Doesn't solve, I don't see where, I would love to solve the problem. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, we could solve the problem. Then Tony wants to do parking things and all that. You fix the problem. So if those are the steps we're going to take, it may not be, maybe it's not the right time. We're going to tell the Belmont folks that it covers the whole county, so the rest of the board didn't think it was a good idea. Is that kind of it?
It doesn't fix it.
Huh?
I think the fact that it's not turned over to VDOT yet is a big part of that problem.
Well, okay, I'm going to kind of end this. I'm going to make a motion that we request of the General Assembly permission to move forward to create our own parking ordinances in the county.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to, sorry, Mr. Thomas, to request General Assembly to be added to the list of counties that can create their own parking ordinance.
Mr. Chair, just a question of legal. If that was approved, we're not required to do it at any time. It's just, it would be there if we ever wanted to.
Discretionary.
Right. We're getting permission.
That's my, again, I don't have the statute in front of me, but that's if my recollection serves, that's what it says.
That's a result of Dillon will state. We're asking for permission to do something. We get permission, we still do not have to do it.
Right? Spot on.
Correct. All right, we have a motion and a second to request the state to allow us to have our own parking ordinances.
And that's going to, if you want to cross-reference your state code section, I think it's 46.2.1222 and 1222.1.
Did you write that down?
That's
Pretty
right.
good. Remember that. You're getting old, too.
I think.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Nay, rather.
Nay.
I'm opposed, aye. Right.
Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Aye.
Ms. Long? Mr. Underwood?
Aye.
Mr. Seeley?
Nay.
And I'll go nay as well. Motion carries.
Can I let you all know something? That I went to town hall just last Thursday. Since we're talking about parking and regulations, all this stuff through town, and I believe the county's going to help us here, or help the town. Across from the courthouse, we're going to paint that whole curbing side yellow, and I think the town is supposed to get that to you, because you can't get vehicles. If they're parked on both sides, we can't get a fire truck, we can't get a police car, you can't get two vehicles through there. So they were all in favor of it, and they should.
How will that, on that note, how will that affect Election Day when that is where they do the handicap voting when we do that?
It's on the other side of the courthouse. We're talking between the circuit court and the front of General District, where the old jail used to be. So that's way up there.
So you're not talking in front of Town Hall?
No, I
So
think that's Butler.
Are towns permitted to make their own parking ordinances?
They can.
Yeah, they can.
They are the town that they can do that, they can enforce that. They have parking tickets.
I need to change my
We
vote.
don't.
And they can do tax things, too.
Okay.
I'm just making you all aware of it, so.
You can make the town a Ladysmith.
Yeah.
Don't tempt it. I've heard that tossed around for 10 years now.
That's why we have streetlights in Milford. We gave them streetlights so they wouldn't become a town.
And we still pay the bill.
We gave them streetlights so they wouldn't become a town.
Okay. With that,
That's it.
it appears that the agenda has been cleared for the evening in record time. Informational calendar, Mr. Cully.
Don't forget, we have senior gala. Well, tomorrow we have at noon the employee holiday luncheon. Normally the board members attend that. Noon at Town Hall. Sheriff's award ceremony is tomorrow night here in this room. Friday night, 4 p.m., the senior gala, which is an earlier time than normal, I think. 4 p.m.? Yeah, that's what's on my calendar.
4 to, does it start at 4?
Friday, the 13th.
I thought it was 5, actually.
I thought it was 6.
We start at 6 tomorrow.
No, not you.
Not you, the
senior
seniors
gala.
gala.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
No,
not.
yours is 6
I had
o'clock.
a senior moment.
Yes, I've already given. I don't know where Pam got that from an email, did you?
There's a,
4, I was correct.
Is that 4 just to bring everybody in so that they're all there by 6? Because that's typically what it was, and everything started.
No, they're going in earlier.
We actually have a number of nursing home residents being dropped off around 2:30
Oh,
with an
so it
official
is.
start time at 4 o'clock in the
4 o'clock.
afternoon.
Okay.
And suppose seniors eat early, you know.
Man, 4:30. Okay.
4 p.m. senior
Glad you
gala at
said
Caroline
that.
High School. 5 p.m. Bowling Green Christmas Parade on the 14th. On the 16th, again at 4, the swearing-in ceremony at Circuit Court.
killing me on that.
All right, well, if anybody's not going to that, just let us know so we will be holding
And
things
don't
up.
let us forget.
You can be sworn in by the clerk on your own time as well.
Can we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to do a ceremony. You can just be sworn in by the clerk.
Because I got a conflict.
Before December 31st, before I went through that. Yeah, you have to have all your stuff turned in.
Oh, yeah.
What do it needs to be? Yeah, what needs to be turned in?
Financial.
Financials? Okay.
I don't know, I've never been elected.
Okay. Yeah, but your financial statement has to be in.
What?
Impact.
Your campaign.
Oh, my campaign stuff's all in. It was due on the 5th.
What time is the first seating?
Yep.
Noon. Noon. Was it noon and 1?
I did it.
Oh, good.
He's not done?
Very good.
I'm done, right? Yeah, mine was
We'll
in the
take it.
first day, I think, that it was due.
All right, last thing, we've got offices closed on Christmas Eve and obviously Christmas Day.
What's this ethics training we have to do by the end of the year?
That was a new law enacted by the General Assembly. It's an online training. Didn't we send, we sent you?
Could you resend that?
Is that the one that says it's 187 days since you were supposed to have
I
taken
think
this?
it probably, but yeah, it's 3 different links on that once we send it to you, so make sure you take the local elected official. And you got that written down, because I'll never remember. January, the board meeting is the 14th. So that was really all that's on informational calendar. I am finished.
Motion to adjourn? Or do we, closing board comments, anybody?
All right, any
I'm ready
closing
to
board
go.
comments? Mr. Thomas? Mr. Black?
No, I just have, just want to say thank you to Mr. Forehand for a great job this year. So that's it.
Thank you, appreciate it. Ms. Long? Mr. Underwood?
No, sir.
Mr. Seeley?
No, sir.
And I have no more comments for the evening.
Motion to adjourn?
Get a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Till next year.